kids these days talking about Wi-Fi is down, life is over. No.
Back in my day, we played LCD handheld games, and we liked them. Shoot the Core Cast. Welcome to Shoot the Core Cast, the official companion podcast to the RF Generation Shmup Club. This is the family-friendly shmup-themed podcast that takes the vegan approach to Danmaku. It's all about the grazing. I am MetalFRO, also known as Game Boy Guru, and my co-pilot on this mission, as always, is...
Addicted, or also known as Addicted to Shmups.
And we are grateful to have a special guest with us today, none other than Mark MSX of the Electric Underground. Welcome to the podcast.
Hello. Good. I'm a returning alumni of your guests.
Yeah, I should say welcome back since we've had you on the show a few times.
Yeah, and every episode I've been on, it is the duty of people listening now to go back and listen to all of those episodes.
Aha, there you go.
Yeah, how much are we paying him this time? Isn't it usually $50 for a guest edition?
Are you covering that?
I thought that we were just paying him in shmups. I thought that's what he wanted.
Right, yeah. Just send me all those physical edition shmups, you guys. Send me something. Send me like Battle Garega. I have 2 of them. I need 3. Just send me another one.
Oh, yeah, I've got 2 Battle Garegas. I am sorry, I can't part with them. So, it's not
okay,
happening.
send me Esperade. Do you have Esperade?
Yeah, but I'm not parting with that either.
Because I didn't buy Esperade physically, so send me that one.
Nice.
You can pay me in PSN yen cards.
Oh, okay. That could work.
I tend to need those.
Yeah. All those Japanese eShop or Japanese PSN PS4 shmups, huh?
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, according to the RF Generation database, I own 152 copies of G-Space Waifu, so maybe I can spare one.
There you go.
That you can keep. If we're going to do some hentai shmups, you got to send me Steam Hearts. That's the only one I accept.
There you go. PC Engine or Saturn?
Saturn, please.
There is a message I want to get out there for everybody, as it is Christmas time, or it is the holiday time. I want to wish everybody a 1cc. I want to wish everybody a 1cc, and I want to wish everybody a 1cc and a happy nuclear.
There you go. Well, before we get into the nitty gritty here, let's kick things off by saying you can follow us on social media on the X, I guess it's called now, at Shoot Corecast.
Oh my God! Yeah.
And you
the
can
X.
Follow me directly.
That sounds like a radio station. All right, you're listening to the X.
Yes, it does. You can follow me directly at Game Boy Guru. Check out our Linktree page for all the links to the various feeds and all the stuff related to the podcast. linktr.ee/shootthecorecast. Make sure you join us for a Shmup Club playthrough, which you can do from the Linktree page and get to our Discord. Make sure you join that and join us there. And you can also follow me on Twitch, where I do stream the Shmup Club Game of the Month multiple times throughout each month. That is twitch.tv/GuruGameBoy. All right, so let's kick things off with our question of the month. And we threw that out on the Discord and on social media. And so that question is, what is a difficult shooter you felt like you'd never beat? And did you? And Game Engineer 112 jumped in right away and said, Musha. And I did. That game was
nice.
A bit of a nightmare at first.
Oh yeah, especially that stage with the ships at the end, and you can just get yourself like nearly soft locked if you die near the end of that game because you don't have enough power ups. Oh god, massive Gradius syndrome in that game.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good one though.
The named boss says Rekka, and yes, I think I was overestimating its difficulty. Once I stopped being spooked by its hard mode, I made pretty good progress pretty fast. All right, GG to you, sir.
Heinerhan. Alrighty, so Heinerhan is the awesome dude who created the DOJ fan film, is what you'd call it, which is really cool. I love how, like, what would you call it? Experimental and, like, I don't know, like, it reminds me of Space Ghost Coast to Coast or something, like that era of crazy.
Right.
You guys never seen that?
I got a real when you played it at Shmup Slam 6, I got a real kind of 70s art animation vibe to it.
Yeah, art house. That's the word. Like art house vibe to it. Yeah, absolutely. A little surreal too. I really like it.
Yeah.
And also he's making my merch for this winter. I'm really excited. It's called it's a shirt obviously, and it's called Battle Berserk, where I had him merge Berserk with Battle Goreka.
Oh, wow.
Pretty cool. So keep an eye out for that. Anyway, Dodonpachi Daiojo, DOJ as I like to say. And just like the named boss said about Rekka, I realized I was being spooked by what people were saying about the game and overestimated difficulty. Did you really, Heiner? Did you really? I'm not so sure about that. Always picking up other games before focusing on learning that one. Yeah. So getting a 1-all in DOJ is quite difficult, but I mean, there's still the 2-all, and that is terrifying, especially white label. But yeah, if you want to go for a 1-all, I think it is. You can do it. You can do it.
Nice. Bunniest Bun Rena said, Mushi Fatari, goated game. Big shout outs to my dad who got me the 360 port for my birthday along with Espagaluda 2.
Nice.
It's quite the gift.
Yeah.
That is.
That's cool. Do you think Bunniest Bun Rena, how old do you think Bunniest Bun Rena is?
I think 20s based on footage
Okay.
I've seen from Twitch.
Ah, okay, cool.
Everybody
Yeah,
makes
because my
old.
dad knows what Pac-Man is, and that's about it. Beyond that, yeah, there's not going to be any. I'd be speaking Greek to him if I explained what games I want and whatnot.
Oh, right.
I think that Guru and I are at the age where everyone makes us feel old except for maybe geriatric Danmaku.
Yeah.
Pony Saxon says, Originally, I never thought I beat Zero Wing, but after a lot of trial and error, I managed to get it clear. Excellent. Managed to move that zig. Congratulations, sir.
Nicely done. Okay, Corkman77 says, I would say Thunder Force 3 on the Genesis. It was one of the earlier shmups I played when I was starting to get into the genre. I got utterly smoked over and over again in the beginning, but I kept playing because it's such a good game, and then finally cleared it. I added in the I to be grammatically correct, but then finally cleared it. Nicely done, Corkman. Thunder Force 3. Did we ever get the definitive opinion on Guru if Thunder Force 3 or 4 is better? I'm in the 4 camp. Let's go around.
I'm
3 or
always going
4?
to be in the 4 camp, but we haven't covered
4
3
camp as
officially
well.
on the podcast yet. So, I gotta reserve judgment until I give it the full treatment.
Right. Yeah, I can understand that. But we all know it's 4. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
I gotta say that ending to 3, though, is pretty out there, but I do like 4 better.
yeah, I mean the Thunder Force 3 and 4 debate is like the Mega Man 2 and 3 debate. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's always going to be that way.
You know, I think these type of arguments can only be settled by a Splatfest.
By a knife fight in the parking lot. It's the only way.
There you go.
There you go.
Last man standing wins.
Let's get the Jets and the Sharks together and duke it out. Exactly. Drake Tungsten said, Gradius on NES, I guess, and I beat it. But really, any shmup.
Really? Any shmup, Drake? There's some pretty easy shmups out there. One of them, Bullet Soul, all you have to do is hold the button and you'll beat the game. So just get yourself Bullet Soul and stand at the bottom of the screen and hold the shot button and you'll win.
Ah, yes. Press shot button to win.
Hold shot button. That's the tricky part. You start to fatigue. You gotta keep holding the button. But other than that, you'll do it.
Just break out the tape.
Yeah.
I was
and then,
gonna
of course,
say
you
rubber
could do
band.
super easy mode in the M2 ports. You could get yourself a spaghetti strainer and beat those.
Ah,
Someone's giving me ideas here. Well, can I beat this shmup using a spaghetti strainer? Yeah, all those
Yes.
people using the fishing controller to beat Soul Calibur 2. Let's go.
Yeah. I beat Esperade super easy with a spaghetti strainer. It was pretty
nice.
fun.
Duke Togo says, I'm going to go with Abadox. Not sure how others feel about it, but it was tough for me. I was glad when I beat it once. Very nice. I think
That's
that...
a NES
yeah.
game, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
And that-
definitely
it is
one
a
of the ones I
difficult
want to
game.
cover. Yep. So I think we should all, when we get around to that game, we'll ask Duke to write the strategy guide. He has
there
to
you
do
go.
all his videos in 120p. Then they'll be officially super plays.
Yes. And it has to be like not only 120p, but it has to be a VHS rip at 120p. So even the source footage is like grainy and crappy.
Yep.
I can't
Potato
tell if
footage
that's
only.
my ship. Well, that's what I was sort of thinking. Is I can't tell if that's my ship or Bigfoot.
Danmaku STG Sugari, is that how you say that? On hard mode using default weapons looked impossible. Despite that, I managed to 1cc it somewhat quickly. Interesting.
Yeah, that's one I've never played. So,
Yeah,
I don't have a
that's
frame of
cool.
reference for it. Danmaku Man G said, Image Fight for the PC Engine. I thought it was impossible, but I did, and even a one life clearer. Wow.
Nice. Image fight, it's impossible because you have to stay awake while the game is going, and that can be quite difficult. That's the highest. That's a real challenge for me. I play image fight, and I just got to keep my eyes open. Or is that
It's the-
slap fight? I think it's image fight. The one that's image fight is the one
Irem.
that just scrolls. Yeah, Irem, that just barely moves, and you're like, ah.
It's
Yeah.
the desert bus of STGs.
Yes, it is exactly. That's
Oh,
a
man.
great comparison.
I'm sure they'll put that on the box with the re-release. Mighty
Pen and Terra
Q-Dog.
present image fight.
Make it magically disappear into your trash can. All right, so Mighty Q-Dog says, R-Type on the Sega Master System. Yes, 1cc. All right, congratulations to you, sir.
Is the Master System version good?
Yeah. It's actually
Yeah.
very good for the hardware.
That's surprising.
And it even has a
What-
bonus stage that's exclusive to the game that's like a secret unlock or a secret hidden stage that you can get to.
Who ported? I forget. Someone... Well, it wasn't Compile, was it?
It might have been.
I know it was a pretty famous port.
Yeah, it might have been Compile.
Yeah, it was developed by Compile. Yep,
Oh, there you
it's
go.
a Compile joint.
Nice. That's probably why it's a good port.
Tiki Pod Limited says Banshee on the Amiga 1200. It always crashed on the last level. Oh,
So
no.
you'll never beat that game.
I wonder if that's because it's one of those games that was designed for the Amiga 500 and then was never optimized for the other versions. That apparently happened a lot with Amiga games where when they were developed and designed for the 500, when you go to play them on later revisions of the hardware, sometimes you would get weird
They
behaviors.
just explode on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think those developers later went on to make big rigs over-the-road racing.
That's the one where you get to drive in reverse, right?
Yeah, you drive in reverse at infinity speed.
Wow.
God, those are the days. Those were the days where gaming YouTube was fun.
Yep.
Oh, indeed. Scalt711 or Scalt711 says Aero Chimera, and no, it didn't beat. I'll try again after a break. I haven't heard of this one. Have you?
For the people, Aero Chimera is probably one of the hardest shmups possibly of all time. This thing is nasty, but it's also really, really good. The developer did such a fantastic job, and it's a Western developer too. I need to cover that game on the channel because that game is really cool. I was playing on easy mode, quote unquote, and it was like freaking harder than a Cave 1cc, I swear. At least a 1-all. That game is brutal. So imagine playing it on like super hard and everything. I don't think Jamers has cleared it, and that's saying something. So
yeah, I think Octane and some others did a Kumite on that game a few months ago, if I remember right, and it was just.
I was there.
It was totally.
Yours truly was playing
that's
in that
right.
one.
You were there. Yeah, it's bananas.
Yeah, that's a cool one.
Yeah.
Good choice. Okay, Schlarp. Not so difficult from nowadays perspective, but I want to point out Gunhead Blazing Lasers. When Shmup Junkie released his video, How to Get Good at Shoot 'em Ups, I thought it's time to focus on one game, get good in it, and hopefully learn something that translates to other STGs instead of jumping around from game to game and suck in all of them. I made it eventually. I try to add a little flavor to some of these comments.
Yeah, this is a good shout, Schlarp.
Good. Yeah, that's also a good mentality. Is you gotta commit. If you want to take it to the next level, fellas, you gotta commit.
Yeah, Blazing Lasers is what the game that I suggested on the Lazy Game Devs video that came out, I think either early this year or last year, I don't remember, but several of us, contributed suggestions and little snippets for the video, and that was the game I suggested as a good sort of beginner shmup to get people in and to sort of learn fundamentals of dodge, shoot, move, learn, etc. So, good stuff. That gaming guy from the 70s said, if it wasn't for the M2 Shot Trigger series and their super easy modes, I would never finish most of the cave games.
Super easy. I wonder if he's played like the arrange modes after playing super easy mode.
It's a good question.
Because I think like with the new DOJ port, spoiler for the review I'm about to post tomorrow, but it'll probably beat this to air. I think they did a better job this time around, actually, where the super easy mode bridges more cleanly into like the AS arrange, which goes to the AL arrange, which goes to the 1-all, and then back to the EX arrange, and then a 2-all. So I think they tried to build more of a bridge this time around versus Esperade, where you play super easy and then you play arcade. It's like no, that's not going to work.
Yeah, I was watching Etram was streaming this last weekend and was playing through the super easy mode a little bit on stream, and yeah, it definitely looks, there are more bullets, and it definitely looks like it's less of a jump from super easy to kind of your standard arcade mode than most of their.
I think they beefed it up a little bit.
Yeah, I think it looks like they probably got some feedback from players saying, guys, this is too easy.
Yeah, it's almost insulting at this point. It's like baby mode in Psycho games or whatever.
Right.
Billy Kane says, Crimson Clover arcade original for me. I eventually did, but it took a few months. Oh, congratulations, Crimson Clover.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's that arcade original. That's like basically a cave 1-all. Maybe a little bit, maybe even a little bit harder depending on the cave game.
Yeah.
No, we do have a running
one.
joke here that anytime anyone says Crimson Clover, Mark MSX has to give somebody a copy.
Yes, yeah. I still probably have. I wonder if I still have some. Does your channel know the lore? Do your audience know the lore of me trying to give away copies of that game? And by the end, I'm like just begging people, please take it. I bought like 15 copies or 12 copies, and I couldn't give them away because everyone had the game.
Right.
You got that earlier video clip where you interrupted by the lady from housekeeping and you tried to give her a copy. Have you heard about Crimson Clover?
Yeah. Yeah, the Crimson Clover arcade original clear is still a bit of a white whale for me. I haven't managed it yet. I went and recorded some footage the other... I guess it's been a couple of months now because I've been so busy. I was hoping to get footage so that... Because I'm still trying to get video versions of the podcast up on my YouTube channel. And
Yay.
the Crimson Clover episode is the next one in the list. But
Nice.
I need to get more footage because it's a longer episode. And when I went to go get footage, I very quickly banged out a Novice Original and Novice Boost clear. And I hadn't even cleared Novice Boost. I cleared Novice Original back when we covered it, but I hadn't spent that much time with Boost. But I cleared Boost almost right away. And so clearly all this time of playing these games has enabled me to, to improve my game, because I did that almost without effort. Not completely, but I mean, it came pretty fast.
I think you could do it.
Yeah.
I think you could get that arcade original clear.
I think I probably just need to buckle down and spend a little bit of time with it, and I could probably knock it out, but I really...
The thing about CC Arcade Original is there's a bit of a brick wall when you, like, in your first couple hours of doing it, but once you get the feel for the flow of the levels, it actually isn't so bad. So you have, like, that brick wall of, like, okay, I need to know what the levels want me to do. But once you know them, it's not really so bad until you get to the TLB. So I think if you just sit down and kind of think, okay, I'm going to get slapped around for a few hours here till I figure out what the levels want, then it's not so bad. Like, the dodging isn't that intense or anything until the TLB. Then it is. But until that point, it's not really that intense dodging-wise. It's just you have to know what it wants you to do.
Right. Yeah, and the nice thing is, since the game has a replay system, I can just play until I get the clear and then go back and record the replays.
Yeah.
And that way, I don't have to try and do it live on a recording and feel the pressure. I can just kind of do it and then go back and reap the rewards later.
Yeah, that's good. Alrighty. So Zazen Zenny, Gradius 3 Arcade. That game is just too much. I agree, Zazan. That's a tough one.
Yeah. It's
Gradius
nasty.
3 is a mean bastard. Yeah. Especially the arcade version, right?
Oh, yes.
Isn't the arcade version harder than the SNES version because the SNES has all that slowdown?
Well, it's much harder than the Super Nintendo version for a few reasons. But yeah, I mean, the slowdown certainly helps in the Super Nintendo version, but it also has better difficulty balance. It's not nearly as mean.
Yeah. They toned it down for the Nintendo kids.
Well, I think they refined it because my understanding of the original arcade version is that a bunch of people worked on levels, but they didn't design the game in a manner where they flowed from one to the next and had a difficulty curve. It was just, okay, you make a level. Okay, you make a level. Oh, you make a level. And then they just slapped them all together, and the game was more brutal than it needed to be.
Someone should do that with a ROM hack. I've thought about this. It'd be interesting if you made a game with like a flat difficulty curve. So like you took someone and they took stage 4 of like a bunch of cave games and then put the stage 4s together into a game. So you're like, you start off in stage 4 of Donanpachi, or I guess stage 5 of Donanpachi. And then you go into like stage 4 of DOJ, and then stage 4 of Katsumi, and stage 4 of Esperade. It'd be kind of cool, right?
Wow.
I think that's kind of a fun idea.
I would never clear that game.
There was that hack that came out a couple years ago, right? For the was it MSU1 or what?
Oh, the SA1 hack for the Super Nintendo.
SA1
version.
hack, yeah.
Yeah, that makes it like way harder, right? Because there's no slowdown anymore.
Right. Kelsey Polnick, our friend, Kelsey, who was on our Xanac episode with us, said Star Force and Sky Kid for NES. Both of those games are brutal and took me dozens of hours to get through. Yeah, and Kelsey's a pretty talented gamer, so that's saying something.
You know, when you spoke about Star Force, all I could think of is if Takahashi Meijin were still doing his thing today, instead, you know how we've got these IT boot camps? I wonder if he'd run a shmup boot camp. By the time I'm done with you, you will fire 16 shots per second.
There you go.
That would be a fun idea.
Sorry, it sounds like the next Netflix documentary idea.
Ah, there you go.
Instead of shmup games.
Yeah, shmup games. And if you don't get the 1cc, you get shot in the head.
Wow.
What?
Boy.
That's what the people want. If you want the views, that's what you got to do. Got to take it to the next level.
Poor Arno was probably... You know who Arno, right? Game Center CX. Poor Arno were probably... I'm out, I'm done, I'm retiring.
Wow.
Okay, Tetraphobia 4 says all of them. Usually no. I am with you on this one. I shmup hop quite a bit, and I try, and there are certainly ones that I have beaten for sure, but a lot of this stuff on here, I can get frustrated, especially having a very busy schedule and 2 kids and trying to shmup is not all the easiest, and trying to do a clear when somebody walks in front of the screen is never fun either. Shmup dad problems.
You just gotta make sure your cat doesn't interrupt your shmup time.
Oh, that's hard. Or your dogs or so. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a shmup. I just hear we got an Annie parody here. It's a hard shmup life for me.
Put that on the soundboard.
There you go.
Find a sample of Hard Knock Life and then add in shmup overdub. Are we on Nerd Tantrum, who says, Mushihime-sama Maniac 1cc took me around 40 hours, but felt so satisfying to get this 1cc. Agreed, Nerd Tantrum. The Mushi Maniac clear is really fun. And it takes a good amount of time, 40 hours, that sounds about right.
Rewind Arcade says, Gradius 3 Arcade. Technically, yes. I used the in-game checkpoints and beat the game over the course of a month, a little at a time. No save states or cheats, which I guess makes it a legit run, but certainly never finished it in a single sitting.
How is that possible?
I don't know. I wonder if that's
Rewind. Explain yourself. We're auditing your comment here. What?
I wonder if
How is
that's a
this
feature.
possible, my friend?
I wonder if that's a feature in the PS2 version somehow.
Right. Or maybe he's like playing it and he's literally like pausing it and gets up and leaves and leaves the console running for like a day and comes back.
Or just, doing it in MAME that way. Pause the game and then come back to it
pause
later.
the game in MAME. Yeah, maybe he's doing that. That's what he's doing.
Or he could just be doing what most of us did. You can afford the system, you can afford a game, but you can't afford a memory card. So you just pause.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Rewind Arcade. We're going to need clarification on how this is possible.
Well, there's where you insert your nani. Anyways. Louis G says, pretty much every arcade shooter. I was surprised that I was able to 1cc Sokyo Gurentai. I died at the bonus boss that goes down in a single hit because I got greedy. I consider it done, though. I've got a whole list of shooters I can play until the final boss. Even Axele I could never beat. I could get to the final boss pretty easily, and then when the last boss just kept going and going and going. What happens?
I think it's
to
on
me?
a timer.
Oh.
Lewis, I think it's on a timer, isn't it?
I don't know.
Panel?
Oh.
Do you guys know? I'm pretty sure that last boss of Axele, that final pattern, is just on a timer. You just dodge, man. Don't even worry about hitting it. You're not doing anything. I think that's how it works. That final pattern, where it has all this blowing up and it like has this weird kind of overlay thing going on. I think that's unless he means before that point, but I think that last bit there is on a timer, so don't worry about shooting anything.
Huh.
Make it sound like it's like feel the flow of the bullets, man. Just feel the flow. Dodge. Don't use
Accept the time.
Use the force.
I haven't played Axelay enough to get that far, so
No, either of I. We should probably add that soon.
yeah, we'll have to cover that.
You better bring me on for the Axelay episode, because actually I've played that game a lot.
All right.
Sounds good to me. Although I don't
voting
know how
myself on. My agent will be in contact.
Yes, Mark will accept 3 copies of Deep Space Waifu for an appearance.
It's like trading cards.
All right, so I guess it comes down to us. So what shmup do we or did we think was impossible? And did we beat it? And of course, as usual, I picked these questions based on kind of my own experience with the game that we're going to be discussing during the month. So I'm just going to say, spoiler alert, it's Danmaku Unlimited 3.
Nice.
But, you know, like I said earlier, I mean, I've got a couple of white whales, you know. I still haven't cleared Crimson Clover Arcade Original yet. And when we covered Mushi Himisama last year as our focus shot, I never did end up getting the clear. And I think some of that was because I was way too laser focused on trying to get through stage 3, no miss. I think if I had just played it a bit more casually and allowed myself to take a death, or maybe even 2, or used a couple of extra bombs, and then got the extend at the end of the battle bug, I probably would have figured it out, because then I could have spent more time routing through stage 4 and figuring out the water bugs or the centipedes, and then, you know, the timing on the big bullet cancels on the what do you call them, the pots in stage 5.
Oh yeah, I don't know what those are, but yeah, the nests of bugs or whatever they are.
Right, but those are my white whales that I haven't cleared, and that I still want to go back and do properly at some point. What about you guys?
Well, for me, I think just for a new topic, because Donpachi was an obvious one, so I'll give a new one. When I was playing Battle Garega, I went through this kind of like evolution of my experiences with it. So the first time I started playing Garega, I was kind of like pretty cocky about it, because I got to the factory stage my first few tries. I was like, I mean, people say this game's hard. I mean, I'm sick. I'm kicking ass. And then I got to the factory stage and just got obliterated over and over and over. And then I even was like, you know what, I'll do some save states here and practice it. I'm getting destroyed in the save states over and over. I'm like, this game, what the hell? It just gets impossible at the end. And it was like a wall of death. Just hours and hours and hours. I couldn't get through the stupid stage. And then I'm messaging people on Discord like, what the hell's happening? And they're like, yeah, that's because you've jacked your rank up to like insane levels. You're not going to be able to get through it like that. And so then I had to learn to reroute the game without jacking up the rank. Then I was like, this game is like impossible, man. And then I get through the factory stage, and this took me like, I don't know how many hours, but quite a few to get the Garega clear. I get through the factory stage, and then I fight freaking Blackheart 2. I'm like, F this. Then I finally get through Blackheart 2, and then you gotta fight the squid thing. Oh my god. So Garega was definitely one like that. But these days, I mean, now it's just a joy to play through. It's like once you break through that first 1cc of the game, I don't know, it is like easier to come back and accept getting pummeled as you once were. So I'm gonna go with Garega.
Yeah, Garega is another one I need to go back to at some point, but I did, and this is one where I don't know if it's just me, But even super easy mode on Garega, I struggled with. I did manage to clear it, but it still was kind of rough for me.
I never played that one, funnily enough. Have you tried premium? Maybe start with premium mode.
That's probably not a bad idea.
Yeah, I think that helped because it flattens out the rank, so you can kind of practice the game with a more regular rank difficulty curve.
Right.
And then when you play the arcade mode, you get to manage rank. You get to be a rank manager.
Well, Addicted, do you have any games that the clear has eluded you despite your best efforts?
Yeah, I had games just that I've played that are just like my golf game. I keep trying, but I never seem to get any better. So yeah, I mean, for me, the hardest one would probably have to be Toho in general, because everyone, even the fan base, it is really hard to even get into and figure out what the heck is going on. Because there's like supplement books, some of it's covered in some sort of weird manga that you have to read, that someone's got a joke there, and trying to figure out what the heck is going on was half of the G.I. Joe, half the battle. But it's the other part too was with Toho in general, and the way that they have the spell cards or the bullet patterns. It's a lot visually going on. You see jokes all the time where it's like, all right, now you just have to. What's that in Dodgeball? What's the movie Dodgeball? Can you dodge a wrench?
Oh, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
A ball, yeah. It's okay. Yeah, let me try this here, and then it's very intimidating to get in general. And when I finally had a chance to sit down and play, it's okay. This is pretty manageable. I won't be a Jamers in it, but I could definitely get this done, and I've come pretty close to getting a 1cc, at least on Imperishable Night. Some of the newer ones, especially that latest one that plays very similar to what's that one where you're battling each other? Twinkle
Star Sprites.
Yes, thank you, Twinkle Star Sprites. It plays very similar to that, and that's I prefer the older style Toho to the newer stuff. The newer stuff is just weird. The older stuff I can at least understand what the heck I'm supposed to be doing.
Yeah. The series is getting more and more eccentric as it's going on. And then the Toho fans are like, Zun, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's sort of like, I designed this after I drank 53 of my best beers type thing. And you're like, oh, okay. But no, the older stuff I definitely like. And I don't mean the MSX stuff or the PC 98 stuff. I mean the old like 2000 to like 2008-ish in Toho. I found it to be refreshing, and we'll talk about this as we get to DU3, but it made Danmaku feel less intimidating and more approachable. It's still frustrating as all heck, don't get me wrong on that, but it at least gave an impression of, yes, I can do this, and I'm not just for people who chug espressos in order to fly past bullet patterns. Because if you're watching awesome games quick, you're thinking, wow, that's amazing, but I'm not so sure I could do that. And then when you try it out, you're like, oh, I see what little tricks they're doing. It's almost like viewing going on Penn and Teller Fool Us, and you're looking behind the curtain going, oh, I see what the guy's doing. I think I could do that. I'm not quite to the point where I can become like Jamers, and then you go in, well, we're driving a taxi down a one-way street in New York, and he knows what he's doing. He's going to be okay. I can't get to that level, but it's certainly more approachable than it initially appeared.
Yeah. Yeah, because a lot of the Toho patterns are just visual noise. Like, you don't even have... Once you know that you can just ignore, like, 70% of the pattern, that really helps, too.
Yeah, it's really hard to just focus in on your ship and know where... And just focus on that instead of... Because Toho is sort of like, hey, look, we got sparklers. We're not going to give you just purple bullets. You're going to get yellows and greens. It's going to be Skittles on the screen everywhere.
Yep. All righty. Well, thank you, everyone, for answering the question and contributing. We do appreciate it. And let's go ahead and move on to our focus shot and talk a little bit more about gun vein. So,
big gun vein.
I am happy to report that since the last episode, I managed to get my Type B Intense clear.
Nice.
Yeah, so now I've cleared Intense with Type C and Type B, and I've managed to clear handheld mode properly with the flip grip, the switch in the flip grip, and using not Joy-Con, but third-party wireless alternative controllers with both B and C. So at this point, I don't think I have enough time left in December to eke out a Type A clear. Type A intimidates me. But what I might try and do is get the Type A handheld clear, handheld mode. And then I can say I've cleared the two easy modes, handheld and mild, with all three ships. And then I've cleared Intense with B and C.
Is it just me, or do the difficulty modes really feel like they should be Taco Bell sauce or packet flavors, right?
Yeah.
Enjoy the Tex-Mexium.
Yeah. So
I know. I always want to think of like, what is the name of the final difficulty? I always think of it as like extra spicy.
Oh, it's expert.
Like that. Yeah. An expert.
Yeah, that'd be the
spicy.
Diablo sauce.
Yeah.
Intense is definitely the fire sauce.
I swear we should put that up there for people on here. If you think of attempting this shmup on a scale of Tex-Mexium, here's what we recommend.
That's a good analogy, because mild is mild, and intense I would say is like fire sauce. It's got good heat, but it's also got good flavor. And then expert is like Diablo sauce, where it's like, okay, unless you really like this heat, it might be too much.
I broke a controller.
I'm waiting.
Expert.
I'm waiting for the PS4 port. When the PS4 port comes out, I'm gonna do my expert mode clear of it. But I'm just patiently waiting for that PS4 port.
Wait, so is the PS4 port forthcoming?
I'm just waiting. I'm assuming it's coming, but I have no knowledge of when it's coming or when to expect it. So
maybe we'll have
hopefully someday we get a PS4 port.
Maybe we'll have to throw that at Boghog when he comes on to talk about the game.
Yes. Grill him. Be like, where's the PS4 port? You're not leaving till you tell him.
Mark MSX says he'll give you a copy of Deep Space Waifu and Crimson Clover.
Yeah, you want a copy of Deep Space Waifu. We need that PS4 port.
Have you still been playing on Expert Addicted?
Yeah, I'm crazy. I did really break a controller. I got one of those Power A controllers because they were cheaper, right? Half the time it's like, oh, this box was damaged in shipping. Now it doesn't have the crease. $5. So they were really cheap and useful, but when you're playing on Expert, on Type C, on Gunvein, it just broke. I broke the analog stick playing it, trying to throw those bombs. So, yeah, I've been playing on Expert because I'm crazy. I keep hoping that if I play on Expert, my skills, just like my golf game, will keep improving little bit by little bit. But I got to say that the more it's sort of here's a good way to put it here. As much Danmaku or intense games as I play with this, hoping that it'll improve a little bit like my golf game. It's good for me to take a stop every now and then and play something different like Kaikan, or even playing your standard STG like Gradius 5 or there, because those to me are like miniature golf. I don't play them enough, and when I do, I'm reminded by how much fun I'm having versus the frustration I feel with the Danmaku stuff or regular golf, because it doesn't seem like I'm making a great amount of progress. Right. But then again, I'm playing an Expert. That meme where a guy comes in and shoots a guy and he says, "Why did you do this?" I think I'm that guy in that meme.
Okay, so Mark, I want to get your take on this.
Okay.
I feel like before we talk to Bog Hog, I want to get another perspective on this, but I feel like Gunvein is a blend. I don't feel like it's pure Danmaku. I feel like it's more of a blend of a Danmaku and almost a Psycho kind of style or vibe. Do you think
I could see that? Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, do you think I'm in the ballpark?
I think so, especially with the bullet speeds. When you play in expert mode, those bullet speeds are really cooking. And it also has some dodges that really remind me of Psycho dodges. Like, Bog Hog loves his lined bullet patterns. And cave games tend not to have those as much. Maybe later cave games. But Psycho loves those too, right? So you get like those like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like a line and you have to like go through it. yeah. I
like
could definitely see that. Yeah, it does give me some like Psycho, like a Gunbird 2 sort of vibe. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, like the third pattern on the stage 4 boss with the lines and the walls.
Yeah. No, I could see that definitely. A later Psycho game, I think, like like a Dragon Blaze or a Gunbird 2. Yeah, I could see that. And I think Bog Hog would be flattered by that because he likes those games.
Okay, well, I'm glad to know that I'm not crazy of at least thinking along those lines.
No, I agree with you on that assessment. I think that after playing enough of Danmaku Unlimited 3, I think calling it straight up Danmaku is something that doesn't fit. I couldn't quite put it under Manic either. I think it's sort of a blend, as you mentioned, a blend between Manic and Danmaku. You know, you could almost call it a Bomba simulator.
It's a Dan Manic.
Dan Manic? Sounds like you're swearing. Get this Dan Manic thing off my lawn.
Manicu.
Yeah. What clear or clears do you have in the game, Mark?
Oh, I have an intense clear that I have it right here on my hard drive labeled as like bitchin' intense clear or something like that. Like, I have a really good intense clear that was, I believe, a 1 miss. It was almost a no miss, but I think it was just a 1 miss. I was really proud of that. I'm gonna get the expert clear, but I'm waiting for that PS4 port. I'm waiting for it. And the reason why is because when the PS4 port comes out, I want a reason to talk about the PS4 port. And so if I get the expert clear on the PC version, I don't know. I don't think it'll be as epic. So I'm just sitting. Someday, hopefully, the PS4 port comes out, and I'll get the expert mode clear then.
What should
But yeah, I do look at. I really like the game a lot though. So sometimes I feel like tempted to just get the expert mode clear before then. But so far, that's my plan. I'm pretty good at expert though. I haven't cleared it yet, but I think I've got a pretty good knack for it, so I should be able to get it.
Nice.
Has NG Dev released anything for the PS4?
Did they do the Gunlord on PS4?
That's what I was wondering. Yeah, if they because I haven't seen anything else.
I don't think
it's always
so.
been Switch.
Yeah, everything's been Switch.
But this is just me hoping at this point. I do know, and we all know that Gunvein was made in Game Maker, and Game Maker you can just be like export to PS4 basically, right?
Oh yeah.
So I'm hoping we'll get a PS4 version. I think the reason why they wouldn't do one if they don't do it is just because maybe they feel like it won't make enough money. Maybe.
Could be. I mean, the Switch has kind of become the STG console in terms of a destination.
It bothers me a little bit.
Just because
I know it bothers me a little bit because sometimes we'll get the PC version and the Switch version, and there's no PS4 version. I'm like, what the hell? So, especially because now it's so easy to put things on the PS4. I don't see why devs don't do it, but
yeah,
I'm assuming because it just doesn't make money. But Gunlord X is on the PS4, so we do have that.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about that. I didn't think so, but because I don't think Razion EX is.
Oh, I think you're right. Because I played it on the Switch.
Yeah.
Let's look. Yep. Nope. Switch only. Yeah.
And of course, Fast Striker is, but that's, I think, because East Asia Soft published that.
Right.
They worked with them on that.
But they are trying something new, right? They said that they would do a lot more general availability, at least for Gunvein. So hopefully that does lead to a PS4 port, at least by somebody.
Right.
Yeah, especially because I really want there to be a PS4 port because the Japanese players. I feel like it would really connect with the Japanese audience, and they play on PS4. They don't play on PC, really. They don't. I'm sure they play on the Switch somewhat, but they're PS4 boys. So give them a PS4 version.
Right.
I could just see Mark traveling around with Gunvein, similar to those early Wii commercials. He just gets him for somebody bows and says, "We would like you to play Gunvein."
yeah.
There you go. All right. Well, let's roll into Shmup News.
Shmup News.
Got to start off.
We're going to reuse that.
Yeah, go ahead. Copyright free.
We got to start off with what is big news as far as I'm concerned, because I'm a total nerd. But Retrobit is doing a licensed reproduction physical cartridge of the Mega Drive shooter Eliminate Down, and it's going to be available through various online retailers. Limited Run's doing it, Strictly Limited is doing it, and Rondo, which is the former Castlemania, they're doing it. A couple of other places, I think. Pre-orders are going to be open until January 2nd, and then they're saying second quarter of 2024 for the actual release.
You're a big you buy all the physical versions of these games.
I typically do, yeah.
So, in your opinion, in your experience of these retailers, which one's the best in terms of customer experience? Like, which one are you going to go with?
Well, I already pre-ordered from Rondo because I've pre-ordered through Castlemania before, and I've usually had good luck. I know people complain about them, but I mean, people complain about all of these places. Most of the time... Which
one's like the best, though? Like, you know you're getting the game. You know it's showing up in a timely manner.
Oh.
Is it Limited Run? Because the only one I've ever done that seemed pretty solid was Limited Run, where I got my Garega and my Danmaku Unlimited 3, funnily enough.
I would say Limited Run, just strictly because even though sometimes they take longer than you want them to, generally speaking, they've improved upon that over the last year. And yeah, I mean, I would say they're probably...
Or should we be keeping an eye on Rondo? I personally want to know, because if I ever buy a physical game, I always feel like, okay, who the hell am I supposed to order this from?
Right.
Well, I like Rondo was better because they don't take as long with their shipping, right? If you order like 16 things with their shipping, then you're going to be held up for Limited Run. But
okay,
Rondo will just ship you out the thing. That's one good thing. The reason why I typically order from Limited Run games is because they keep sending me coupons for like 5 or 10% off. I'm like, well, if I'm going to order it anyways, I'll just order it here and just place it within that order, and I get it. Granted, it probably, if you're living on the West Coast, Rondo is probably a better thing. If you're living on the East Coast, because the Limited Run ships out South Carolina, or in the Midwest, you may want to go with Limited Run. It really depends upon how fast you want the game. Both will get it to you in a reasonable time.
Yeah, and I think this is one of those situations where, unlike Limited Run or Strictly Limited with their own products, when they're doing these resale things, once the game is out physically, you'll probably get it in a pretty good amount of time from all of them. I think Strictly Limited, it helps if you're in Europe because you'll get it faster from them. And then, like Addicted said, if you're on the East Coast, go with one. If you're on the West Coast, go with the other. Us here in the Midwest, it's more of a crapshoot. But
right.
I only went with Rondo because typically with these things that are not specifically a particular retailer, but it's Retrobit, I've found that usually Castlemania or Rondo now gets that stuff out a little bit faster than limited run or strictly limited. But really that's the only reason. I mean,
Who charges the least for shipping? Because you know that's how they always get you.
that's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah. Limited run's always around $5 for a single item, if I remember correctly. The other Castlevania or Rondo, I don't know. You order from them more than I have.
Yeah. Well, and it's been a little bit since I've ordered from them prior to this, which actually there was a couple of things. The Glaylancer reprint that I got here a couple 3 months ago when that came out, and then I'm still waiting on the other deal that they did, the El Viento, and
Oh
I
yeah,
think there was one other.
I gotta say that the reprints that they have been doing, the official licensed ones, have been of decent quality. It's not like the original Glaylancer reprint from City Connection.
Oh well,
boy.
Columbus Circle, yeah.
Yeah, Columbus Circle.
Right. Yeah, Retrobit physical reproductions are usually very high quality, so I'm not worried about that. And honestly, I'm not worried that, I'm not going to get mine 2 days after it hits the streets. I've got enough to play, but I am excited about this one because it was never released in the West. It only got a super limited Japanese release and then a Korean release. And my understanding is it's literally the only game that this publisher ever put out. So, I mean, it's known because of emulation, and it's something that many of us have been playing for many, many years through emulation. But physical copies of it are unobtainium and super expensive. So the fact that someone is getting this game out there again is really cool, and it's going to have a Western release, which I appreciate. Now, unlike the Glaylancer, which got a digital release on the Switch, I don't know yet if this is going to get a digital re-release similar to that. I would like to see that because it would be nice for it to be out there, but even so, I'm just glad that the game is getting a second life because it's a really good game for the Genesis, and more people need to play it. And honestly, this will give us an opportunity to cover the game later because, we will be able to say that it's more available than previously.
All right, breakfast cereal themed shooter Hazelnut Hex from developer Chunderfins is available now on Steam. It's been up on itch.io and Nintendo Switch for some time. And yeah, I definitely like this one. And I don't mean to sound cheap, but I think I picked up both versions for less than $5 total when they had them on sale. But
Yep.
I definitely got $5 out of it and played, and looking forward to his next game.
Yeah. I really like it too. I'm glad it's on Steam now because for whatever reason, people, even though they have a computer, they won't buy it on itch, but they'll buy it on Steam. So that's good. He's getting it on Steam. It's a really good game.
Yeah. This was a fun one. I managed to clear of this one a while back, so definitely one that I wanna take a harder look at some point.
Witches and Butchers is a forthcoming STG RPG combo in development from developer Labosandia. A Steam page is now up to wishlist. It has a Game Boy Color GBA look to it. Interesting. The mythical shmup RPG combo. Many have come and many have failed. Will
Yes.
this be the one to crack the code?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if someone can make a successful combo.
Well, we know that Guru's already bought 10 copies because it's a Game Boy game.
Well, it looks like a Game Boy game, though, but it isn't actually a Game Boy game, right?
Doesn't matter to him. You say the word Game
Oh,
Boy,
okay.
he bought 10
Close
copies.
Close enough.
No, I can't afford to do that. I'd go bankrupt pretty quickly. As much.
It does look cute. I'm looking at some footage of it. It does look really cute.
Yeah.
I wonder how well it plays.
I don't know, but I thought it was a nice curiosity.
That does look interesting because it has the battle screen for the people is like a RPG battle screen, but then you're like dodging stuff on it.
Yep.
That's kind of a cool idea.
Yeah, a little
Looks similar to
Undertale
Undertale.
going on there.
Yeah.
It looks like a Neo Geo Pocket game.
Oh, sure.
Have you seen King of Fighters Neo Geo Pocket or whatever?
Oh, yeah.
It looks like that. That's what it looks like. It's kind of cute. I wonder if it's good though. That's the question.
Yes. Well, time will tell.
Yeah.
Zakichi's Zenik-inspired shmup Zakesta is getting an updated treatment, much like the previously released Kaikon, in the form of Zakesta Z. It's planned for a Q1 2024 release, and you can wishlist it now on Steam.
Sounds good to me. A new shooter is in development from RB Rigid called Falkenstorm. It appears to combine a traditional arcade shooter with some Danmaku elements, and despite its latest update video saying still early in development, it looks pretty far along. I swear there's some unwritten rule that says if you are making an indie STG or even indie Danmaku game, it has to have some German in there.
It must. That's not unwritten, that is written. It's just written in Japanese, so you can't read it. But that is a written rule.
Okay.
Yeah, the Japanese, I think where it comes from, I'm going to try to diagnose this. I think where it comes from is Japanese developers and indie developers love themselves some German. It's also an anime, like, they love German. It appears all over the place. They just love it. So then it kind of bleeds over to being kind of associated with the genre. And so then when Western games are making indie shmups, it's like a secondary influence because they're like, oh, the Japanese like their German titles, so let's do it too. Yeah, it is funny. Like Exceed Third has a bunch of like German stuff in that one. That's a cool one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was it. Girls und Panzer.
Oh, Girls und Panzer? Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I want to, as you're speaking, I'm going to take a quick look at Falkenstorm and see if it's good.
It looks good. I mean, it's got all the elements, It's got Danmaku style patterns. It's got
Japanese or the German title. That's
German
always
title.
a good sign.
It's got a waifu on the screen. I mean,
Yeah, we're going. Oh, but the backgrounds look really kind of it looks, what it reminds me of just looking at it. It looks like gosh, now I'm going to forget what the heck it is and people are going to be pissed at me. Give me a moment.
I could go full Zozak here. And
Castle
say,
Shikigami.
Oh,
It looks
sure.
like Castle Shikigami.
Sure. I go full Zozak and say it's got just about everything you want in a shoot 'em up. It's got nice explosions. Got a waifu on the screen.
And you can do that accent. You're from the Midwest.
Go play Castle
I guess it's more of a
Shikigami.
southern accent, but you've at least heard that. I know there's southern accents out there.
Yeah.
It looks interesting. Yeah. It really, just looking at it, really reminds me of Castle Shikigami. So the Shikigami players might be keeping an eye out for this.
Yeah. But it looks promising.
Yeah. Alrighty. Next news item. There's an Atari 2600 version of 1942 that has been coded with Atari Basic and has been working on by Atari Age members that is near completion. I can't believe there's still that much passion for Atari games, but here we go. Atari 1942.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Atari community has been pretty strong for the last couple, 3 decades. So it's kind of neat that this stuff is still happening. And I always like hearing about these kinds of things. And yeah, I mean, taking a game like 1942 and putting it on the Atari 2600 is, it's just a fun idea, even though it's probably going to play pretty basic.
Yeah.
It's just cool that somebody's doing it.
Who was the person who played the NES version of 1942 and then said, you know what this needs? It needs the Atari 2600 sound chip.
Yeah.
Right.
Who said that? And this is like one of those things. You ever see that meme that people post every day? We stray farther away from the truth or the light.
Oh yeah.
This is what it means for this.
I think what happened was, you know, that demake trend where they take games and they do like NES demakes of them. Well, the NES players are like, okay, but how do we demake a NES game? And someone's like, well, Atari 2600, baby.
Somebody said, "Hold my beer."
Yeah, hold my beer. And then the next one after it is they're just gonna do like a version that runs on a calculator. That's the next 1942 on a calculator.
We just need a pen and paper version of 1942.
Yeah. Morse code
game.
version of 1942.
It's gonna be like one of those Coleco handhelds on there, or Tiger
Bathroom
LCD.
break, I'll be
Oh,
right back.
jeez.
There you
Tiger
go.
LCD version. Tiger Electronics presents 1942. And I played so much of the Ninja Gaiden and the Double Dragon Tiger LCD handhelds because that's all I had at the time. And it's amazing what you'll fool yourself to thinking, yes, this is entertainment. This is fun.
Yeah, I think at one point my grandma had the Simon's Quest Tiger LCD game.
Oh, yeah.
So I played a decent amount of that.
Yeah, I think that was the starter kit for every grandma, was to get some sort of Tiger Electronic, at least in the 80s or late 80s. You know, Tiger Electronics for the kids, and then some of that strawberry candy inside that dish that always seemed to have like just a couple pieces.
Yep. Go to grandma's house and get hopped up on Little Debbie snack cakes and play some Tiger LCD games.
Having good times. Kids these days talking about Wi-Fi is down, life is over. No.
Back in my day, we played LCD handheld games and we liked them.
Jeez, yeah. Our generation's version of walking uphill both ways in the snow.
Exactly.
Back in my day, we played the Atari 2600, no, Atari 5200 and liked it.
Oof.
No, I'd say Atari 7800, but I don't think more than like 3 people actually played that thing. The other part that had me thinking of, I recently saw, as I mentioned to you, a Odyssey 2 in a store recently, and I was thinking, I don't really want the console, but I want that gun. That gun thing was massive. That was before orange tips. Back then, you take that thing out, and that thing was indistinguishable from a BB gun.
Oh,
rifle.
right.
Yeah, the nerd wasn't kidding when he shot his own through the television screen with that thing. It looked like a real gun. In fact, there was one of those that it wasn't crossbow, but there was an Exidy arcade game that they had to change it because people they were like, well, how are we going to save costs on this? I know, let's just modify a real gun. So they put the real gun on the arcade machine, and then vandals started taking them because, well, hey, look, free weapon. So
Right.
they had to change that out. I wish I knew which game that was. Someone's going to know, but I think it was an Exidy arcade game, like an 82, 83 era.
Wow. Was that like Chiller or something?
I'm sorry?
Was that like Chiller or something?
No, it wasn't Chiller. Let me see if I can find it as we're waiting here. That was way before the zapper went in.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently the Taito has one where it fires real airsoft pellets. But no, this one was like an actual modified air rifle, I think,
Huh.
by Exidy.
Interesting. A new multi-directional Danmaku-style shooter called Angel Pop is in development for the Playdate handheld from developer NNNN. The demo is available now on itch.io to check out. It's kind of cool. I've been tempted to get a Playdate, but they're a little expensive. But it's cool that we're actually starting to see shmups for this thing. So
What the hell is it?
It's this odd little Game Boy-like handheld that's
With a crank on the side.
Yeah, it's got a crank on the side. It's got D-pad and buttons, and people are just developing, little indie games for it. And
yeah, it's got the contrast of a what are those ebook reader, right?
Right.
And it's got a little crank on the end. So I think, do you use the crank to go into focus mode or focus shot?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
That'd be fun to do if you're just playing like Operation Wolf or something, and you just pick up a Gatling gun.
Ah,
Crank it. There's some neat ideas you could do with that.
yeah. But
the crank is like a control mechanic. Like they want you to control shit with a
Yeah,
crank.
it's not to power it. Yeah, it's a control mechanic.
right, for some games.
It's definitely different on here. So
Yeah.
hey, why not? I think they were like, was it 125 to 150 for the Playdate or something like that?
I don't remember for sure, but
All right. That's fine. We'll continue on.
It's like a hipster's Game Boy. Like if you're a hipster and like Game Boy isn't hipster retro enough for you, you got to go the next level and get a Playdate
kinda, yeah.
and play with a crank.
Crank it out, baby. All right.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Devil Blade, which was a shooter created within 1996 PlayStation version of Desimon Plus, is getting a modern reboot. It's being handled by Shigetaki, who is known for illustrations and working with Vanillaware. Devil Blade had previously been recreated for the Famicom or NES in 2015, with screenshots of the forthcoming game looking quite good, and appears to have both a modern graphical look and a retro mode to retain the original style as well. Hey,
Isn't it so weird that these like really obscure like shmups that no one even knows exists are getting like reboots and sequels? It's crazy.
Yeah, this one looks good though. I'm looking forward to it.
So Devil Blade 2, that's not the right thing because I'm looking at Devil Blade 2.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find footage of this sucker. Interesting. Alrighty. Oh my gosh. Habroxia?
Yep.
Habroxia, which sounds like something you use to cure acne, from Lilymo Games, released on PS5 November 21st. It had previously been released on PS4 and Vita. If you own a PS4 or Vita version, you can download it on PS5 for free. Whoa.
That's very nice. I think that... Sorry, no. You never even heard of this one? No.
I have not heard of this in the slightest.
Yeah. I want to say East Asia Soft did a small run of Vita version back when it came out, and then they released a PS4 of Habroxia 2, which I have.
I'm looking at some footage. I'm getting some Euro shmup vibes looking at the footage, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Habroxia...
I haven't played the original, but I've heard the original Habroxia is quite easy. But Habroxia 2 is supposedly better balanced.
Oh.
Yeah, just like Crazy Tax me, it's easy to make some crazy money with it because you own the Habroxia, the Vita version, which is the only physical version, $150.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Yep. And then the second one's like $80, $70 or $80. I think I own all three versions because I buy stuff just because it looks good on the shelf.
Just compulsively buying shmups.
Yep.
Well, that's why I'm known as Addicted.
Yeah, that's right. Addicted. It fits perfectly.
Yep.
No, I think you can regularly find this in the eShop on Switch for like $3.
Yeah. Yeah, it's inexpensive to buy digitally. Hako Palace is a new lo-fi multi-directional boss rush shooter from developer Nizakashi, available for free via the itch.io page. I saw
I'm
a little
looking at it.
buzz on this in a couple of the shmup discords. Some people were playing it a couple weeks ago.
What was the one that we
Why does it
played
have
as
such a crazy Why does it have such a crazy aspect ratio?
I don't
It's like
know.
ultra wide. It's interesting. Why is it okay? Kind of cool, though.
Is it played on one of those like 34-inch widescreen monitors that?
I guess. Look at the aspect ratio. It's like ultra wide.
I can't. Well, is that the only way that we're going to emulate those these Taito arcade games in the future, like the Space Invaders? You know, when talking about the huge ones with the airsoft guns.
Oh, right.
The MAME emulation, you stack your ultra wides on top of each other, and there you go. All right, Macross Shooting Insight has been delayed again. Now planned for March 14th of 2024 release. Now, Shooting Insight, I'm trying to remember anything about. Was this similar to like Macross and Macross Plus and Macross 2 from the arcades, or?
No, this is a brand new game. And I want to say it's being developed.
Well, I was wondering, was it like 2D, or is this going to be one of those 3D things similar to like the PS3 version that came out?
Yeah, this is going to be 3D. And
okay.
I can't remember if the development of this is being handled by Moss. It might be Moss, but I don't remember for sure.
Shame breaks.
Because I think
we're going to have Zentradi shame breaks.
Yay! Min-Mei shame breaks and Lisa Hayes shame breaks. That's what I'm talking about.
I think the Formation Z remake is being handled by Granzella. So this one might be Moss, but don't quote me on that. I don't remember right off the top of my head.
I'm looking at the trailer for it, and the company I see at the end says Big West.
Oh, okay.
What the hell's Big West? Anyone heard of this?
Well, it probably sounds like it came from the shambles of Data East, right?
I don't know.
No, Big West. I don't know. It really does sound like that could have been the name for some sort of shadow developer for those handhelds that you got, the plug and plays.
Yeah. It's so funny because like the character portraits and everything look fantastic, but then you look at the gameplay footage and it's like, oh, that looks really basic. But then you got all these sick character portraits. Why don't you put the character portrait art style into the gameplay?
Yep.
Final Exirion released on Steam November 22nd. It had previously released on Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, the original Exirion was I want to say 85 Jalico arcade game, if I remember right. And
this is a sequel to a game from 1985?
Yeah.
See, why are they doing this? It's so weird. It's interesting, but it's kind of weird. Like, why resurrect these? Is there an audience for this game somewhere in the world?
Yeah. Actually, Etrem really liked it, and I know there's another shmup YouTuber who's, more a bit more on the casual side, but he really enjoyed it.
Well, what I mean is, like, let's say this game was called Exodus or some like not a new IP. Would it make any difference, or is there some guy sitting in his room being like, "Oh, Exirion, yeah, oh my god." That's what I mean. Like, is this IP something anyone recognizes?
I mean, I knew about it, but that's just because I'm a nerd.
Oh, okay. So you knew about it, but like, you got to be maybe in Japan. Maybe people in Japan recognize some of these IPs. It's just funny how obscure some of these IPs are.
Right. Yeah, there's probably more of an audience for it in Japan. I don't think it really took off here.
I like the graphical style, though. It's cool how like it has the like almost like a pop-up book sort of look to it. That's kind of cool. I might check it out. It looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
I want to add a quick correction here before people start getting upset. Apparently, Big West is an advertising firm in Japan, which is best known for the primary sponsor and copyright holder of the Macross series. So.
Okay. Now
there we go. Yeah, at least we didn't trigger people with Harmony Gold. To be fair, I get triggered with Harmony Gold.
Big West kind of sounds like Harmony Gold's alter ego to me.
Yeah.
Anything but Harmony Gold. All right.
Choyoku Senki Estique is a new Famicom or NES shooter in development from team members who worked on Zanuck, Aleste, and Gunhead or Blazing Lasers. It's already far in development and slated for a February 2024 release. Does work
Whoa.
on real hardware, according to messages on social media from the X account Kakikukekat.
What
Yeah.
hardware does it work on?
NES hardware or Famicom hardware.
Oh, it's a Famicom game.
Yeah. This is
Yeah.
becoming a more prevalent thing. There's actually quite a few Famicom and NES shmups that have been releasing here recently.
What's that? What's that one that I grabbed a copy of, but you did not, just because the supply ran out. It's not Zero. Is it Zero Ranger? What?
Oh,
is
was
that
that
the right one?
Horadius?
Horadius, yeah, the MSX, the sequel to MSX. But there's a Horadius. It's Famicom only because it has to use the extra sound pins. But there's a version of Horadius that's a sequel to that game that uses MP3s. It plays MP3s, but it has to be Famicom because it's got those extra pins.
Oh,
It's crazy the amount of stuff they're doing.
yeah. Well, and the game that came out here a while back, Over OBJ, is pretty impressive because, there's a ton of stuff going on. It's very Crisis Force or Rekka, in terms of how much stuff is happening on screen for the hardware.
Yeah, NES games are really hitting their stride for people making new ones. We got Mega Cat Studios making a whole bunch of stuff. We got Japanese indie developers on there. It's pretty impressive. I don't think we'll see as much Super Nintendo, and Saturn is for only people who are crazy. Well, it'll be interesting to see. Oh, like Xenocrisis, right?
Oh, yeah.
Xenocrisis. I think by law that game has to be on everything under the sun. I'm waiting for the new one edition. Because, they've got a GameCube, a Nintendo 64 version, a Genesis, a Neo Geo CD, a Dreamcast version, a Switch version, a PS4 version. It's a good time to see people trying new things with old hardware. I am, of course, a sucker who keeps buying all this stuff and trying out stuff. It doesn't matter to me if it's press A to win simulator and slap it on a cartridge and I'll give it a try.
Yeah.
So our next bit of news is Clarice Disc, which I keep reading in the Silence of the Lambs voice, so thank you for that.
Clarice.
Clarice Disc is producing something tentatively called Irem Game Visual Soundtrack, which will be a Blu-ray release containing Irem arcade game soundtracks and game footage. No word which games will be included, but it's apparently in production now. Very neat, although I have to say it's got to be in 128p.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty, Toho Den Genkai is a forthcoming arcade Toho game for the Exa Arcadia platform, and reservations are available now through Beep.
Make it sound like the Roadrunners. But yeah, or through your local cotton distributor. So yeah, the Exa Arcadia, I loved your review of that, but man, I'd be like afraid of accidentally touching those things and it would cost me $3,000 just to get that thing fixed.
Yeah, I was sweating bullets when that thing was in my house. I was like, I had to quarantine off the room it was in. I was like, no one, don't even look at it. Don't even think about it. Yeah, I know.
I just see him. What's this? Why is there a cage here? Is that for the Christmas tree? No, it's for the Exa Arcadia.
Yeah, yeah. There's a gatekeeper and a password system to get into the room.
Gatekeeper? Someone now obligatory has to mention. Are you the gatekeeper? Are you the keymaster?
Sympathia is a rhythm bullet hell game coming to Steam with a release date set for January 15th, 2024.
You know what I have to say to this? If it's change the name or put underneath it in subtitles, Dance Dance Danmaku.
That would be a great title. Moon Blaster X is a new shooter in development for Atari 7800 and will combine fixed screen and scrolling. Early footage shows a spaceship firing upon and bombing ground targets primarily. Man, what's with all the blasters and moons? Isn't there... It's like I'm getting them confused now.
Well, no, see, anything Atari has to at least have the word space in it somewhere. It's the space age of gaming, as the Angry Video Gardener called it. I think I'm more surprised that there's actually people developing Atari 7800 stuff than them porting 1942 over to the 2600. Because anyone who's played with a 7800 controller knows what hand cramps that controller can give you really quickly.
Oh, yes.
I wonder how much of the whole space theme with Atari games and early shmups just comes from the fact that you don't have to draw a background. You know, you just put like little dots in the background. Oh, we're in space.
Yep.
You know, someone needs to really audit that. Like, at what point did we move out of space? Coincidentally, is the point where we can draw backgrounds.
Chopper Command from Activision. That or River Raid, something like that.
You mean it took Activision in order to bring us out of the space age of gaming?
There you go.
All right, pre-orders are up at Beep for the 8-bit styled shooter Xylon Force. And this one I have to take a look at. Or is it Xylon Force?
I think it's Xylon or Xylon. This looks good. Very much, again, in that sort of 8-bit NES style or Famicom style, but
Yeah.
apparently the team behind it is, I can't remember the specifics, but they've worked on some other classics, so there's some pedigree behind it.
So is it going to come with a code to unlock Cotton?
It kind of looks a little bit like GG Aleste.
Right?
Yeah, it kind of
That's
reminds
not
me
a
of
bad
that.
thing.
No, it's not. Sweep Record in Japan is releasing a Dodonpachi Daiojo remix CD of various alternate takes on DOJ music.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Is it like a range? Do you know? Or
Yeah,
is it like
just different
chiptunes?
arrangements of the DOJ music. I think done by various remixers or Japanese composers.
As long as they avoid a flute and drum solo, I'm all for it.
Yeah, I might have to grab this.
Little Gods of Music is a new music rhythm-based shmup from, oh my god, Tosen Sons? On Towson Sons? I don't know. On itch.io, and combines Danmaku gameplay with music and rhythm-based elements. It is available for free. Man, we are really getting a lot of these rhythm shmups.
Yeah.
That's the term I'm going to call it, rhythm shmup.
Yeah. Rhythm
It's-
shmups and Space Harrier likes seem to be the flavor of the moment.
Yeah.
It's almost like someone probably saw Patapon and says, you know what would be good with this? Bullets.
There you go.
Gunfield is a new roguelike shooter available on Steam from the developer Shiv. Nice. It has a 16:9 vertical approach, a retro pixel look, and appears to implement a shop system during gameplay. How is there not a shmup already named Gunfield? You know, like in the shmup title algorithm generator? How has not someone already used Gunfield before?
Maybe everybody just felt like it was too low-lying fruit. I don't know.
You're right? How has this not been used before? Gunfield.
I'm calling dibs on the rights to the name Gun Burrito.
Gun Burrito, the
Bullet
ultimate
burrito.
Tex-Mexium shmup.
Well, Blast one's already taken, so I have to go to the next best thing.
That's true.
No, it's Gun Burrito Bullet Enchilada. So I'm looking at this, there's like some kind of pop-up shop system.
Right.
And the pace of the gameplay looks like it's in slow motion.
Oh, no.
Why does the game look so slow?
I don't know.
I'm getting some massive, I hate to be critical already, but I'm getting some massive Euro shmup vibes from this one.
Well, some people are into that, so...
Yeah, some people dig it.
I think the reason why it's slow is just because the person who recorded the footage forgot to hit the turbo button.
It kind of does look like that. It kind of looks like I'm I had to actually check my playback speed, make sure. Oh, is it playing at normal speed here? Yeah, it does kind of look like it's literally playing in half speed. Look at it. What's going on here? Why is it? Why? Like everything's going in slow motion. I'm looking at my playback speed. It's saying it's going full speed. Do you think the guy recorded it at half speed or something?
It could just be that it needs some more optimization.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's designed just to be a bit more, casual pace.
But even like the animations look like they're going in slow motion. It's not just like the gameplay footage, like the actual enemy animations look like they're going in half speed.
Oh, weird.
Maybe the guy is recording it in half speed.
I like how you're telling Mark he's been Danmakuing, or our man is playing fast shmups for too long that he needs to slow down. It's not the game. You've just been playing too fast to shmup.
Right.
All right, Dead End City is coming to consoles. Originally released on Steam October 22nd from East Asia Soft. Will be handling a digital release on the PS4 and 5, Xbox One Series, and the Nintendo Switch. Planned to release Q1 2024, and no word on physical. Yeah, East Asia Soft. Weren't they supposed to be doing Demonizer as well? That's sort of fallen off. I was wondering. I thought they were supposed to be doing Demonizer as well.
I think they were supposed to possibly be handling a Switch digital release of the game. But I would love to see that get the physical treatment, like they've done, or like they're doing with the Like Dreamer and Cosmo Dreamer, because, of course we covered that game already, but yeah, it deserves more attention.
And there's supposed to be like a big update to it, right? I check on the Steam page every now and again and be like, all right, where's this big update?
Yeah, I think Iori's been iterating.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Also, East Asia Soft is another, like, if you ran an algorithm-based title for a shmup publisher, East Asia Soft, there you go.
Right.
Data East Asia Soft.
Right. Scramble Formation, aka Tokyo, released via Arcade Archives on November 30th. Bit of a slightly more obscure Taito shmup.
I've never heard of it.
Limited Run Games is doing physical releases of the Atari Recharged games as double packs. Pre-orders will be from December 8th through January 7th. Games included are 2 double packs of Caverns of Marks? Who wrote this?
Caverns of Marks.
I think it's a bad typo, or someone intentionally said...
Maybe that's a little English. Maybe it's a little English.
Caverns of Marks. Well, oh boy. Pre-orders.
They just read about communism all the time.
There we go. Pre-orders will be from December 8th through January 7th. Games included in the 2 double packs are Caverns of Mars, Yar's Revenge, Missile Command, and Gravitar. Now, I have heard that these are not very good. I haven't tried them myself, but from what I've heard, that these things are okay at best. So, I don't know. Have you guys heard anything?
I know one of the...
No, I didn't know what the hell this is. So are these Atari ports? Is that what they are?
These are remakes, like modernization of Atari games.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh boy.
I know one of my regulars on my Twitch channel, who watches most of my streams, has been enjoying these recharged series of Atari games. But I suspect that you probably have to have a bit of nostalgia for them to really enjoy them.
Suzumori ni Suru. Why? Or Devotion to Suzumori. It's a forthcoming SDG from Rakugaki Games that was recently shown off during the Digigame Expo 2023 held in Akihabara, I at least know that one, in November. It combines a traditional Japanese graphical look with a line art style. The game will use a strength system instead of traditional lives, according to the developers. It appears to be a Danmaku as well. No word on release yet. I tried to look this game up on YouTube. There is no footage that I could find.
No, in fact, I got this from a Japanese source that was linked from one of the Discords, and so it's literally just a couple of photos or screenshots. But it sort of looks like if you take the visual style of something like Shikando Soul Eater, but make it not Korean and more Japanese and sort of,
right,
very traditional, ancient Japanese kind of look and feel to it. I sort of get that vibe. And so I don't know, it'll be interesting to see how this develops. Ark of the Cosmos from Binary Stella is set for a 2024 release on Steam. An alpha version is available on the itch.io page. It's a top-down, multi-directional shooter where you build a squadron of ships to allow you to increase firepower in all directions and take on waves of incoming enemies.
Triangle Service Shooter 12 Zeal is coming to Nintendo Switch with a release date planned for December 19th.
Yeah, that's a good thing because it's expensive on 360.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is one that I'm going to have to warm up to. I messed around with it a little bit a few years ago because they had one in a cabinet at a Round 1 arcade that I've been to a few times. And this is one of those where you wiggle the joystick back and forth, not to graze enemies, but because when you do that, then it has these little afterburners that shoot out from the side of the ship, and you use that to take out enemies because then that's how you get your multiplier up and score. It's definitely one that it would take me a little bit of time to sort of get a rhythm for.
That's a little silly, but interesting idea.
Yeah.
Touch Force released on Steam.
What was that title again?
Yes. Touch Me Force. No. Touch Force released on Steam November 19th from Superstar Games. It appears to have been adapted from a mobile game and uses mouse controls. It also appears to have a quick dash mechanic to allow you to avoid enemy projectiles. You control the force pods in the game to attack insectoid robots.
I just imagine how many people bought this game and then they start playing it and they're like, wait, this is a shmup? What the hell is this? This is not what I paid for.
Probably the same people who bought Onomedius and said, wait a second, this is a shmup? What did I pay this for?
Right.
That title is just too good. Prime Gaming releases in December will include Atari's Aki-R and Asteroids Recharged. Aka-R! What is with all this Atari stuff? Why is the Atari cooking so much?
Aka-R is that prototype.
Yeah, Aka-R was a prototype that never got a wide release in arcades, and only a handful of boards exist. And so Jeff Minter actually did a kind of modern reimagining of it here recently, and so that's kind of why this is happening.
Yeah, everyone knows Jeff Minter as the creator of Winamp.
Nah, not quite.
Well, he also likes llamas, but I don't. I won't explain that because we get into all NSFW pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Let's keep this family friendly. Anyways, yeah. Developer Stainless Night has released a free alpha shooter called Meme Alien Plan, available on developers booth.pm page.
Another Famicom shooter is in development called Habit, with programming from Yoshiharu Takaoka and pixel art by Baraka. There's already a 2-minute caravan mode that's playable and looks very colorful and cheery like a Twin Bee game.
Very nice. Maybe it will have a tragic, sad ending like Opa's journey in Fantasy Zone. It just gets really dark at the end there. And, I was looking at the title as Habit. I was thinking, it sort of reminds me of that Konami game that was really popular in Japan called Door Door. So, I guess these type of titles stick.
Huh.
I wonder if one day
the
it'll just
GBA
be...
shooter. Oh, go ahead.
No, I just wonder, one day there'll just be a Famicom title game, Excite.
Fun.
Fun, yes.
Fun, happy smile.
There you go. Now you've just created your own chain of Japanese department stores.
The GBA shooter we've mentioned that's in development from Asteroid 1 will be called Zion Advanced Mission, and it continues to show progress in development.
See, now that sounds like a proper GBA title on here.
Yeah, there we go, baby. Getting advanced in the name is always bonus point.
Absolutely.
Several shmups are coming to the Xbox platform, courtesy of Einen Games, including Panorama Cotton 100%, Pocky and Rocky Reshined, and the forthcoming Irem Collection releases. Well, shoot, now I got to spend more money to have all the Cottons. I'm like 1 or 2 games away from having the complete set from Strictly Limited, not the collector's editions, just the regular games.
Right.
I am that close to having a Cotton full house.
Well, and with Cotton Rock and Roll 2 in development, there'll be more.
The Cotton never ends. There'll always be a Cotton game. Nuclear bombs will blow up the world. There'll still be Cotton games being made.
Yep, cockroaches and Cotton games.
Yep.
And Twinkies.
War never changes. Cotton. You remember that? What was that from Call of Duty or was that from Fallout? I can't remember. War never changes. Cotton never changes. No, the amount of Cotton games that have come out is just amazing, and we haven't even scratched the surface on the stuff that we're playing. I'm waiting for Cotton Fantasy will be a fun one to try. Cotton Fantasy 2, and I think at this point I bought 6 copies of Cotton Reboot.
Wow.
Llamasoft, the Jeff Minter story, is an interactive documentary and game collection covering the various games of the famed programmer. It's being put together by Digital Clips and will encompass 42 of Jeff Minter's games from platforms ranging from early Commodore hardware through Tempest 2000 on the Atari Jaguar, among other things.
So if you buy the collector's edition, you need to put the soundtrack through Winamp. But otherwise, it looks to be a pretty solid release. No, Jeff Minter, I really like the games that he created. And Tempest 2000 being paramount among those. Any chance to play some more Tempest 2000, let's go.
Yeah. Limited Run Games is doing a Switch and PS5 physical for Devil Engine Complete Edition. And also
Drama
if you
Engine.
Missed out on the Switch physical of Radiant Silvergun from Limited Run, their Japanese counterpart Super Deluxe Games is doing a large collector box with a lot of extras.
So where did we land on this version of Devil Engine? Is this one we can buy? Is this one we can't buy? What's going on here?
This one is PETA approved.
Is this one harming any animals? What's going on with this one?
I think any version of the game that you buy from this point forward is going to be fraught with some sort of contention. So
I know.
I went ahead and just bought. I actually pre-ordered the Japanese physical through PlayAsia because I figured, well, I want to own the game, so why not?
Yeah, I think that this version comes from a conflict-free zone, so you should be okay.
Is it free range?
Free range.
Has it been treated well?
Yeah, this is no dolphins were harmed in the making of this game.
I think we officially rename it though Drama Engine because I think that's funny. Drama Engine complete edition.
At this point, you're not far off the mark. I mean, there's still some question about the legitimacy of them using the music, because apparently the music is maybe not entirely cleared for this release. So I don't know. I mean, I'm glad the game is getting another lease on life, but I just wish that somehow the other issues would be cleared up.
Yeah.
Or any contract disputes would be settled. It would be nice if that was handled, but who knows? If
He's gonna
that'll
have
ever
to
get
do
resolved.
like a Taylor's version of Devil Engine where he remakes it. Taylor's version.
Yeah.
It's called
Earth
Black
Atlantis
Label.
2 is still in development. It's still in development from Pixel Perfects, though has seen delays due to the lead programmer's motorcycle accident, but work on the game continues.
Yeah. Yeah, the original Earth Atlantis has been out for quite some time, and I think there's a fan base for it, but it was seen as somewhat underwhelming because it's a bit slow paced and
I remember this one.
casual. And it has this sort of interesting sepia tone look to it. But
Yeah.
the sequel, based on what I've seen so far, looks to be much more colorful and like it'll be a more up-tempo experience. So I don't know. I'm looking forward
What
to it.
about the sepia lovers out there? What if they're like, I want my sepia and I want it now? What's going to happen to them?
Maybe the game will have an unlockable sepia mode.
I kind of
will
like the
take
sepia look to it. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I will take Earth Atlantis any day over this game that they launched at the same time, which was Ryzen 9000, I think it was.
Oh,
that
RIM
game
9000.
Yeah, that game is Seizure Simulator.
Yeah. Seizure
The
simulator.
flashing lights and that, like, Trem had to stop the stream because of the amount of flashing lights.
Yeah, he was playing it on stream at one point, and I think maybe struggling because of all the visual noise.
Yeah, you thought the Pokemon episode with flashing lights was bad. Oh,
That's
geez,
just
try this
warm-up.
game. Hyperion is a forthcoming vertical NES Famicom shmup in development from Stefan Trifonic. Is that right?
That sounds really
Trifonic.
good. Let's go
Yeah.
with it.
We'll go with it. All right, from Stefan Trifonic. Early footage on social media looks promising. Again, with these NES Famicom shmups.
Yeah,
Keep
what
'em
the
coming.
hell is going on?
It's hot right now, I'm telling you.
Jeez. Yeah, that's crazy. Why? Let's get some Neo Geo in the mix, people. Why not a Neo Geo shmup?
That would be cool.
That's because NG Dev Team's still working on it.
But if you're going to make a
Yeah.
Neo Geo shmup, put it on Neo Geo CD, you cowards, so that those of us who don't have a expensive Neo Geo setup can afford a copy.
Yeah.
Did they do that with Razion EX? Did that come out on the MBS?
No, not the EX
I have no
version.
idea. Okay. Despite delaying the Steam release of Angel at Dusk in 2024, Akira Goya is already hard at work on another shooter. Oh my gosh. Noctulescent Moth 9, which is the latest in his series of Eroge. How do you say this? Eroge?
Eroge.
Eroge shmups.
Eroge.
Eroge shmups. This will be a vertical shooter like Angel at Dusk and Steel Vampire. Oh, I recognize Steel Vampire.
Yeah, and
No,
as with most of Akira Goya's stuff, minus Steel Vampire, it will be a let's
Not
just say
safe
a
for work.
very horny shmup. So
Is that what it means? Eroge means horny shmup?
yeah,
Sexy
yeah,
shmup.
Eroge is it's a Japanese portmanteau, essentially meaning an erotic game. Like Kusoge is crap game.
Or sexy. Sexy, it would be
Sexy.
another.
Yeah.
So is Sexy Parodius an eroge shmup?
Not quite, because that's a bit more cheeky and cheesecake.
I'm looking at Angel at Dusk. Yeah, it does sound a little dirty. Now that you put it in that context.
Akira Goya's games have a lot of body horror, but also body parts.
Interesting.
So, anyway.
I'll just be satisfied if the
we should just call them Freudian shmups.
Okay, I like that. Freudian shmups. I'm totally stealing that.
Well, we've got the R-Type being the Geiger-esque, so why not Freudian shmups? I'll just settle for something where the explosions aren't so blown out. I swear I thought something was wrong with my speakers when we played Steel Vampire. The explosion noise on it just turned up to 11.
Yeah, that's an interesting game. I just wish it played better. It's kind of a funky-ass game, but I might have to try this Angel at Dusk.
It looks good. I mean, I definitely want to play it because I liked Steel Vampire. So I definitely want to see what Angel at Dusk plays like.
So I can just wait for next year where you have Shmup Slam, and then we have Shmup Slam After Dark.
Yeah, Shmup Slam, Hide the Children. Pico 8 continues to be a popular development environment for new shooters as Connor O'Kane. Connor O'Kane. Okay. I was Kanye. Okay. Connor O'Kane. Connor O'Kane showed off footage of a helicopter-based vertical shooter early in development. We are all about the 8-bit shmups. This is the century of the 8-bit shmups. Yeah.
It seems that way.
Unless you're part of the Atari backporting group.
Yeah. Then 8 bits is not. That's too high definition.
Where we're going, we don't need 8 bits.
4 bits.
All right, Blast
2-bit
Arena.
shmup.
2-bit.
2-bit shmups.
I feel you're talking about this podcast here. 2-bit podcast.
2-bit podcast for 2-bit shmup.
Blast Arena is a new homebrew shooting game for the Sega Master System. It's fixed screen, but allows for free movement around the screen to deal with asteroids and obstacles, and allows you to fire in 4 cardinal directions. Now, there is a system I think needs more SDGs, because Aleste and Aleste 2 is on there, but the Master System definitely needs some SDG love. I really like what they did with Flight of the Pigorus.
Yes. Yeah. This one, I mean, it looks pretty simple, but, it's will probably be fun.
Petite 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 is a new game from Moss, fittingly enough, in the Vampire Survivors style, but with a cute visual take on fighting off pathogens and disease. Oh boy. Are you allowed to report on Vampire Survivor style games? Is that even allowed on this podcast?
They're shmup adjacent, so we kind of mention them.
Yeah, and we just like to talk about the fact that you're always fighting inside Stu Goodbody's body. It's not every day you get to talk about that. Or do you think this is maybe based upon Inner Space?
Yep.
Inner Space,
I don't think you can Google that title. Don't do it, kids.
Just search on Steam for it. You'll find it.
Yeah, just remain on Steam when searching that title.
Yep.
Another space harrier called Mirage Feathers has a Steam page up now to wishlist. The game has very high-end pixel art look to it. Interesting. I like that title, Mirage Feathers. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it definitely has that Sega Superscaler kind of vibe look going on.
Seeing if I can find any footage of it.
And in recent news, Sonic Wings is out via Arcade Archives.
Oh, cool.
AKA Aero Fighters.
Yeah, if you can't fly a pancake, you can at least have a flying dolphin.
I don't think the flying dolphin is in the first game, though.
No, it's in the second one, but still, just like the flying pancake, it's not in the first game, but it should have been.
Right.
I'm gonna start a petition on change.org. Awa 2024 from Omni Dream Creations is a remake of the original game from 2016 and is available on Steam now. This remake brings the game to HD with a 16:9 aspect ratio, improved bullet patterns, additional planes to unlock, and a new soundtrack, updated graphics, and more. You know, that would be so weird if I was looking at a box in the video in a store. Or I went to the GameStop, picked up it, and it says new and improved bullet patterns.
Fresh, hot, fresh bullet patterns. Get them
Hot, fresh. So, yep.
You got to have the sticker on the box that has that sort of sunburst, look going on.
Scott Host has released
green.
Demon Star Original Missions on Steam, an update of the 1997 original. This revises the gameplay and adds additional modes. Demon Star served as the pseudo-sequel to the host's more famous shooter, Raptor, Call of the Shadows. The most famous Euro shmup of all time, Raptor, Call of the Shadows.
Very probably.
It's like the Euro shmup.
Well, either that or Xenon 2 would be the most famous Euro shmup.
Raptors, though, I have kind of a soft spot for how Euro shmup it is. Like, it's so Euro shmup that it's kind of cool,
Oh, yeah.
When you go that hard into the Euro shmup, it's just amazing.
I have a soft spot for it, too, because I played it a ton as a kid, and it is a fun game. But, I'm kind of waiting for us to cover it on the podcast until Scott finally gets the legit remake that he's doing out so that we can kind of do side by side and compare. But I'm actually excited about Demon Star, and I want to pick it up because I remember playing it back in the day and thinking, okay, this is like Raptor, but, kind of improved upon. And it's sort of, Demon Star is sort of like the Viper Phase 1 to Raptor's Raiden, because it's more in space and there's a little bit more going on. And so it's cool that this game is getting another lease on life.
It'll be the one example of a remake where they do the remake and you're like, where's the inertia? They forgot the inertia.
Just got to use the mouse, man.
Even with mouse, I can see the inertia. I'm watching footage. Even with the mouse, your inertia, you can visually see it.
Oh, yeah.
That's when you know it's real inertia there. Tameshi from 171 Dev is now out on Steam. I'm guessing that's how that's pronounced.
Yep, I think so. This looks solid. Danmaku style. And looks like it could be a good time.
These are so hard to find footage for. I looked it up and I'm seeing a bunch of card games.
I think you have to, if you go to the Steam page for it, there's a video, a trailer.
Oh, okay.
That's where most of the time when I'm researching these, when they mention that they're coming up on Steam or it's available to wish list on Steam or whatever, if there's a trailer, I'll watch that and then kind of get an idea of what the game is like.
Spellpause from Genji Games is out now on itch.io and is a horizontal shooter with a flying cat protagonist. I am all more for some Neko Navy clones, but it also makes me wonder whatever happened to the Neko Navy copy I ordered. I feel it's been going on for at least like 5 or 6 years at this point.
Yeah, it's like 2 years, and supposedly it's still forthcoming from First Press, so we'll see.
I trust them a lot more than Dispatch for sure, but still.
Not after 2 years. I think trust is out the window after 2 years.
Yeah, it's getting a little ridiculous. I mean, they've shipped other products in the meantime.
Just keep in mind.
Them, but
my sense of time is a little skewed because I have back Kickstarters.
True. I'm the same way.
The Neko Navy publishing IP is famous for its high red tape when working with such a huge franchise. They've got to get clearance from the developer and the publisher. This is gonna take some time, guys.
Well, the hardest part is when they're negotiating with the cats, right? Because they're based on real cats.
Yeah, The real cats and their agents, their likenesses, it gets complicated with the licensing. I could see that.
Yeah, I suspect in this case, part of it is that the game was supposed to come with plushies of the different cats in the game. And so that's probably a lot of the delay is the logistics of getting that done.
Oh my God. They're like hand sewing the plushies. They're like, well, my mom's going to sew them. So it's going to take her, she's got a little arthritis. It's going to take her some time.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And finally, the PC-88 version of Sylphid is coming to Nintendo Switch on December 21st through the Project Egg effort. And for those unfamiliar, we mentioned it on the podcast a few months ago, but this is the thing that's happening on, I think primarily through the Japanese eShop, but Project Egg is kind of a emulation and game preservation effort that is bringing a lot of older Japanese computer titles primarily, but also some console stuff that's a bit more obscure forward to the Switch to help preserve it and also give both new gamers who've never seen these games a chance to experiencing them, and then old gamers who grew up with these things the opportunity to play it again without having to drag out the old hardware. And so there have been some other games like this that have come out. Another Game Arts effort, Thexter, I think got a release through Project Egg not that long ago. So even though I would suspect the Sega CD version is technically considered the definitive release, it is kind of cool that one of the early Japanese computer versions is still getting preserved and made available.
Well,
That's
if they're
crazy.
doing stuff like this, I would love to see a Toho-ology. Right, let's do like the first 6 games, or even like the first 3 games on the collection. Then you got the next 3 games in the collection, followed by the next 3 until we just keep going and going. But that would be neat to see because they're on Steam, and I think that a couple of them are on the eShop, right?
What I don't understand is, from what I understand, Toho is like an open license, right? Like Zun lets you do whatever the hell you want. Why hasn't someone done like a console collection of like the Windows Toho game? Just for pure money, not even for like a preservation or whatever, just like, that would sell. And I don't think there's any licensing stopping you from doing that. And people want it. It seems so obvious. I can't believe no one has done like a Windows era Toho collection for PS4 or Switch or something.
Well, you also have to consider the fan base. I mean, look at some of the fan base on there. I think they're too busy making RPGs or ones where the Toho girls fly on top of other Toho girls, racing simulators. So maybe they want to make abstract games out there instead.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like such an obvious thing to do.
Yeah. I suspect that unless Zun did those himself or was involved in the porting process, they would be so heavily scrutinized by the Toho player community that, I mean, it would be like the Toho player community would be scrutinizing these games like you have with the Switch ports of the Psycho games.
Yeah, but it's like a giant license for free. I mean, you could just try it.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised. I'm not saying someone has to. I'm just actually legitimately surprised no one has done it.
Right.
Especially because it's like Windows code. It's not like you're not unraveling this highly complicated PCB that's all obscure. It's like, oh, Windows 98 or Windows XP code or whatever it is. It's probably not that hard to port.
Yeah, but without the source code, it might be difficult to get them to work properly.
Maybe
Maybe
I've just maybe I've just unleashed the idea into the world.
I mean,
I could see.
People have done NES demakes or Famicom demakes of the early Famicom games, so why not?
Yeah.
Or the early Toho games, I should say.
It requires your Windows 98 VM in order to run properly.
There you go.
Right.
I could just see, could you imagine you try and start your new Switch game, all of a sudden you hear the Windows XP or the Windows 98 startup sound?
That would be awesome. I would love that, personally.
That would be kind of funny. So that is all the shmup news that you can use. And all the shmup news that we have for the moment.
All right, so let's introduce a game that we played in November. The game that some of us raged on, but the game that we all played in November of 2023, and that was Danmaku Unlimited 3. The game was developed by Doragon Games. It was created by developer Sunny Tam in 2009, who was initially focused on mobile game releases. Earlier titles, some of which are no longer available, include the original Danmaku Unlimited, as well as Super Pixelander, Rainbow Tissue Cat, Storm Strikers, Raptured, and Arai Kuma. Danmaku Unlimited 2 was the first crossover title to a non-mobile setting to be released on both iOS and PC. And Danmaku Unlimited 3 was released on the PC and iOS in March 2017, and 1 year later on the Nintendo Switch. Limited Run Games.
Yeah, and I think the game...
Yeah.
I was going to say, the Switch port is really what popped this game off.
Yeah.
Because I think he even got, interviewed for it by, bigger, somewhat big gaming publications and stuff. So, yeah, I think the Nintendo... Because this was when the Nintendo Switch just came out. Everyone was looking for something to play on their Switch. Perfect timing to release the Switch port. And the Switch port's pretty awesome, so...
Yeah, I didn't notice any really slowdown or anything like that when playing, so definitely good work there.
In true mode, it does actually slow down. You get some slowdown in true mode, but the other modes you don't.
I think one of my complaints is also sort of when it works to its benefit here with the Switch mode. We'll get into it later, but I think you echo these concerns as the models maybe being a little bit too simplistic. But I think it works well on the Switch, so that way it keeps the frame rate as high as it can.
Yeah. It's like there's not enough texture to some of the game models. They're a little flat.
Yeah, everything is either synthwave or very, very bright white, but we'll talk about that later.
And I think that mostly comes from being, like you said, like a Android, iOS thing where you don't want to blow up your iPhone.
You get second-degree burns playing Danmaku Unlimited 3.
Your iPhone battery explodes, yeah.
Well, that was the case for those Androids, right? Weren't they catching on fire? But that's all right. That was the Samsung one.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. As we talked about earlier, Limited Run Games released Nintendo Switch Physical for the game in 2019, and the game launched digitally for the PS4 in June of 2023, and Limited Run Games is currently producing a PS4 Physical as well, which will ship sometime in the year 2024. Sunny Tam is hard at work on the follow-up, currently titled Danmaku Unlimited Wyvern Ultra. Now,
what do you guys think of that title?
I think it sounds like an XR Arcadia exclusive.
It does, right? I'm not a big fan of the Wyvern. I don't know. It sounds a little Dungeons and Dragons to me.
Yeah, but I get not just going the easy route and calling it Danmaku Unlimited 4.
Danmaku Unlimited is a fantastic title. Just generally. That's a really good title. Because it's one of those where it feels a little bit search engine optimized, but it's just got a nice ring to it, though. Danmaku Unlimited. It's a great title. So that's why I think the Wyvern, I think that could have been workshopped a little bit.
I guess we'll see.
Because, Dragon, I don't know, Dragon, that's a little cheesy. So I get he doesn't want to use Dragon because that's cheesy, but like I said, Wyvern, whenever I think of Wyvern, I think of Warcraft or World of Warcraft or something like that.
Right.
So it's just odd. Just an odd word put in there.
World of Danmaku.
maybe Sunny Tam is secretly a fan of Wyvern Wings, the old arcade shmup.
Probably.
All right, so let's talk about the game. Oh.
I said title. I'm lobbying for him to change the title. It just doesn't have that nice ring to it.
Well, Mark works on his change.org petition. Let's move on to the game.
Everyone signed my change.org petition to get the title changed.
Danmaku Unlimited 3 is a 3-button game. One button fires your weapon for standard rapid fire. Well, one button forms up your options and slows movement. It must be used in conjunction with the fire button to activate the focus fire/laser.
That's really important.
One button will deploy.
That's a really important feature
Yep.
for it being a grazing game, because in like a regular regular cave style game, you have the concentrated fire and slow movement be locked to the same input. But you don't want that in a grazing game because there's lots of times where you want to move slowly but not shoot things, let alone hyper laser or, So it is actually a pretty important feature that the slow movement button is not connected to a fire button directly. Just a little note there.
And the last button will deploy a bomb and will also activate a hyper/trance if fully charged.
Yep. And I believe the bomb halves your chain rather than completely blunt. Yeah. Which is pretty interesting.
I noticed that from your Shmup Slam 2 run.
That's right, yeah. I used some kind of strat there where I'd use a bomb and half the chain rather than dropping the chain entirely, yeah.
Yep. I think you said that it's better to hum and do half than to lose your chain entirely. Yep. The game has a graze system where you can graze bullets to build up the trance meter on the left. You said it says right here. I always remember it being on the left side. Am I wrong?
Well, the left side is the graze meter, which shows your how much time you have between when you graze and then when you need to graze again, or you drop your graze chain. And then the right side is where the transmitter's at.
Yeah, transmitters are hyper, basically, for the kids out
there.
there.
Yeah, okay. I've been looking at the wrong one. Well, that may explain why it's in more trouble, but that's all right. The game has a graze system where you can graze bullets to build up the transmitter. On the right-hand side of the screen, the transmitter will slowly fill up on its own, but grazing fills it much faster. Once the transmitter is full, you can activate trance or hyper, which will turn your main shots to bright gold color and convert the on-screen bullets to gold gems. Your shots and focus are faster and stronger during the trance, and you can auto-collect gold gems by tapping or holding the focus button.
Yep, that's very important.
Big time.
The game starts out... Sorry?
I just said big time.
Yeah, that's kind of a Toho mechanic, too. That comes from Toho.
The game starts out with a choice between two basic shot types and two basic laser types, with more unlocked through various conditions as you play. Shot types include Type A basic forward shot with a spread of 4 options, 2 on each side to provide a large amount of coverage on the screen. Your shots are blue.
Here's my little analysis of each shot type. So, the Type A, the wide shot is really good. That's usually what I play with. It's not the best, but it's, I think, the second best. And then the laser, Type A laser is also really good and the best. So most people play with Type A laser, just generally.
Type B, your 4 options spin around the ship in a clockwise manner. With Type B, your shots are more of an orange color. Because the options are more concentrated around your ship, they do more damage than Type A.
Yeah, and I put Type B sucks. I don't think it's very good because your movement speed is too slow. Like, because it's too narrow, but you're also too slow. So it's not really worth it. He should have made the movement speed faster.
And Type C, your options will act more like those in the Gradius game, where they follow you around and spread out depending upon how you move and position your ship. While activating focus, your options center around your ship, but after releasing the button, they will return to a position approximate to their previous position. Shots are purple with this type. Type C is unavailable until you beat the game on any difficulty, which includes credit feeding.
Yeah.
Type C is also a little bit stronger than Type A.
Yeah. And the Type C shot type, on paper, seems like it could be pretty good, but just because the other shot types are just so much better, like the A shot type and then I think the E shot type, it's kind of like it's all right, but you're working harder for something you don't really need to. So I don't really recommend the C shot, but the C laser is my favorite laser. It's this giant wide laser, and it has a slight tracking property to it, but not fully tracking. I like it a lot. It's the laser type I use. So my shit type is I use the Type A shot and the Type C laser.
Now, counterpoint for Type C shot, I think if you're strictly playing for survival, Type C is viable because of the sheer spread that you can get covering the screen. And because of the strength, it works in that regard and allows you to take out a lot of targets a little bit faster. So I do think from strictly a survival standpoint, C is decent. And I actually ended up using C quite a bit.
Yeah, I think the thing about Danmaku Unlimited 3 that's kind of interesting is it's not like a cave game with the balance between the shot and the laser, because like the shot just like A-type just covers the entire screen. So if you ever need screen coverage, you just use your giant shot, or E also covers most of the screen. And then if you need to damage things, the laser is just incredibly powerful and big and tracks. And so you can just kill things with the laser. So, yeah, it's a little bit different than a cave game in that regard, but it's pretty cool. But I think it kind of invalidates the C type. You can use it, of course, but it just isn't as effective, I don't think.
Do you want to give us Mark's mentions for Type D?
Oh, yeah. So Type D is the homing shot. So it automatically tracks, which in most shmups is really good. But the problem with it in Danmaku Unlimited 3, like I was saying, is that you don't need to home in on anything because Type A covers basically the entire screen. So you don't really need to home. And then the damage output isn't really worth it. So it's kind of an underwhelming shot type. Even though it looks cool, the ultimate effectiveness isn't that great. But then it has the double laser, and the double laser looks amazing because you get like 2 lasers coming out. But you move really, really slowly, and the double laser doesn't do all that much damage comparative to how slow it is. So it's, in my opinion, not a very good shot type either.
Do you remember what the unlock condition is for Type D? Because I don't remember what it was.
I don't either. I think it's just playing the difficulty modes unlocks them, I think. So like if you clear it on hard, you probably unlock Type D. You clear I can't remember, honestly. But I've just played Spirit Mode, hard, and true a bunch, and I unlocked all the ship types. So I think that's what it is. Just clear on hard and then clear on true, and I think you unlock them all.
Gotcha.
Now, Type E is similar to Type A, but your options are right next to each other, so the spread isn't quite as wide. Though the fire is also a bit more concentrated, your shots are green with this type.
Yeah, and Type E is basically a copy of if you play the B ship in Donmaku Resurrection. The B Strong, that's the ship type, and it's really good, just like B Strong. The shot type, I think, is the best in the game. I'm just assuming that because Pazzy always uses it, and Pazzy's a routing genius and has a mysteriously high score of this game that I still don't know how he did it. So he uses the E for his shot type, and then he uses the A for his laser type. So that seems to be the winning combo. E shot, A laser. Though I use AC, which I also think is really good. Probably not as good, but that's also really good.
Yeah, I was watching Pazzy's Gray's mode clear earlier, and yeah, Type E for sure, and that seemed to be very effective.
Yeah.
Now, Mark, you were talking about you use the Type C laser, but I'm wondering, because the Type C laser is the one where you get the narrow laser and then the 2 lasers on the side. Yeah. The B is the one that's the wider red laser that doesn't bend or home quite as much as A. So you're a C player?
Yeah.
C laser?
C laser, I think, is a nice blend where the actual hitbox of it is bigger than the hitbox of Type A laser, which is the only other really good laser. But the thing about, so you can kind of use it to chain in kind of interesting ways where you can't with the A laser, because the A will just fully home. And the problem with the B laser is fully homing is really good in boss fights. And so you kind of want that in your boss fights. And C kind of has like this homing property to it. It just doesn't do as much damage. So basically, Laser, I think, is the best, at least by my opinion, for chaining and stages. And then A laser is just the best for boss fights. But if you're really good at chaining, like Pazzy, then you just use the A laser anyway. So, But I really like the C laser a lot.
I was going for B laser because of the damage output. Because one of the things I like about B, even though it doesn't home as effectively as A or C, it has this cool spillover effect. So like, for example, in stage 3, where you have those ships that come on screen and then they fire the laser and you could just sit there alongside them and graze their laser. If you're firing up at those ships with the B laser, you can hit that ship with part of it, but then the other half of the laser spills over and then you can take out whatever's behind it.
Yeah. You can do that. I think you can do that with the C laser as well.
Oh, can you?
That's what I'm saying, because it's a bit wider and it doesn't home as much as the A laser. You can still get that kind of spread effect where you're hitting something with one half of the laser and you're hitting enemies with the other half. That's why I like it.
Okay, that makes sense.
And then you have it in the boss fights too, where the B laser, you have to aim it a little bit more. And the boss fights, homing in on things is just really useful.
Yeah, it's a trade-off because B is more powerful. So either you have to aim it more, and potentially, if you can route properly, damage the boss faster, so that maybe you can shorten some of the harder patterns.
Yes, but
A.
Don't forget, this is what's really unique about Danmaku Unlimited 3. You chain the bosses, so you kind of want often you are actually out of position to hit the boss because you're like chaining random crap that the boss is shooting, like things on the side. But you have a timer, so you can't infinitely milk the bosses. So I just think it makes it really hard to do both, to damage and chain, where you have to manually set that laser. Whereas with A and C, you can focus on chaining stuff and the laser will just hit it for you. So you can be like all the way across the screen and chaining some random thing and still hit the boss. That's why I think B is really tricky. It's chaining the bosses. That's where it gets tricky.
Right. Well, for those of us who suck at chaining,
right, yeah, a whole different ball of wax there. I don't know. I've never actually considered the weapon types outside of that scenario. Like if you're just purely trying to kill things, that's probably good for that.
Yeah.
All right. So there are two main game modes. The first mode is the spirit mode, which turns all enemies into bullets, or which turns all enemy bullets into spirits after they're destroyed. Like standard bullets and lasers, bullet spirits can be grazed for meter and chain. When fighting bosses, all on-screen bullets turn to lasers, and each phase is completed. Spirit mode has a tutorial, as well as 4 difficulty settings: medium, spicy, caliente, and holy. 4 difficulty settings, which are easy, medium, hard, and true.
I really like the final difficulties called true, because it's like, oh, this is the real game. Basically, I like that.
Yeah,
this is my favorite mode,
nice touch.
And I get that it's kind of considered like the noob version of the game, but I also think maybe Sunny could confirm or deny this, but I think this is also like the intended developed mode of the game. I think he developed this mode first, and this is the actual game, and then he made Gray's mode second, just based off of how the levels are designed and everything. It just feels so made for this mode. So Spirit True is my favorite mode of the game, and it's really, really fun. And it's one of the few shmups that I really take the scoring super seriously. Most shmups, I kind of focus more on survival, but Dan 3, for whatever reason, Spirit True does it for me. The combo of like grazing things and then chaining things, it just is really fun. And I think the grazing mechanic of this game is one of the best in the genre, personally. So yeah, that's my favorite mode of the game. And I also recommend it. I would say, like, even if you're new to Danmaku Unlimited 3, definitely start with Spirit, because I think that's the funnest mode. And then if you want to get hardcore, play Grace afterward.
Yeah. I do. I kind of see where you're coming from, because I like the fact that the game, because the spirit mode eliminates enemy bullets when you destroy enemies, you get a taste of that bullet canceling that you get in a cave game or in some other games.
Yeah.
But you also, with the grazing, it's like a 2-for-1 deal on grazing, because you can graze bullets and lasers, and then you can also graze spirits after you've destroyed enemies.
Yeah.
So you can really work that, and I mean, you see that in Pazzy's runs, where there's a lot of grazing of both going on.
It makes the chaining really freeform too, which I really like. That's why I think it's better than Graze mode, at least for play, for fun. Or it's more unique, I guess, because you can, like you said, you can route yourself, and you should route yourself to graze things that you're supposed to be grazing, like bullets, lasers, that types of things. But then you also route for when you kill things to get the spirits, and you're often delaying kills so that as they die, their bullets cancel into spirits, and then the spirits drift into you. That's such a cool mechanic. Just mechanically, design-wise, I think the spirit mode's just the coolest mode of the game. I love it.
I have a feeling that is one of the reasons why I think you're right about the fact that spirit mode was probably developed first. Because, tell me if I'm crazy, but just playing the game and then watching other play of the game, you know, watching Pazzy's runs and a couple of your runs on YouTube, it feels like almost everything in the game is aimed at you in some fashion. There's some stuff that's definitely static, but I think almost everything else is aimed at you.
Yeah, basically the way it works is
for that reason.
The levels are full of sort of these static things that you're supposed to graze off, like giant laser cannons, and you kind of graze off of that, or even like some of the enemy patterns, they just shoot and you just go down and kind of graze off them, and then the rest is all aimed at you, and it makes this really great synergy, buzzword there, between the two, because what you do, your kind of game plan is that you're always kind of keeping your toe next to the static stuff and grazing off it, and then you're moving around near it to manipulate the aimed bullets at you. It makes a really fun play style, like where you kind of camp around things that you can graze off of, and then you move in these little areas to get the aimed bullets where you want them to go, and then you wait to kill things. It's really cool, and I like the fact that when you kill things, the spirits are actual like objects. So rather than you just getting a value or getting some meter, I like that you create these little objects that you can interact with.
Yeah, it's a nice touch.
Yeah, like for example, there's times where an enemy will appear on screen. You kill them as they're shooting their pattern, not too early, otherwise they won't shoot the pattern. But right as they're shooting their pattern, then they shoot this, ghost spirit pattern at you. But you don't just fly up and collect it. Instead, you go and you like graze and kill other things, and you time it so that pattern eventually just drifts into you when you need the link, when you need to keep the chain going. It's really fun. And no other shmup that I'm aware of does this. There's no other shmup that has these physical objects that fly around that you pick up. It's really unique. It's really cool.
All right, Graze mode doesn't automatically turn bullets into spirits by enemy destruction. Instead, some enemy bullets or patterns will turn into spirits after reaching a graze threshold known as high graze. At that point, enemy bullets become spirits when destroyed. Also, as enemies are taken out, they will produce blue gems similar to the gold gems you get in trance. They can be collected for points. Graze mode also has a tutorial, but only offers hard and true difficulties.
I really like this. What are your thoughts on Graze mode, Guru?
Well, one thing that I wanted to mention here is that the reason that hard and true difficulties are the only difficulties offered in Graze mode. I was reading something where I can't remember the name of the website, but they were talking to Sonny Tam about the game. They interviewed him, and Sonny said something about the fact that basically the Graze mode didn't really work in anything other than hard or true.
That's what I'm saying. That kind of confirms our theory, because he laid out the patterns based off spirit mode and then came up with Gray's mode afterward and was like, oh, this doesn't work.
Right. And so you needed all of that. You needed that level of challenge and that level of that number of bullets and all of that stuff in order to make those modes work for the chaining and the scoring and stuff. And so, yeah, I think that's a pretty good indicator that really spirit mode came first, and then Gray's mode kind of worked backwards from there and gave you something that was a bit more hardcore in nature, but sort of built off the mechanics of spirit and iterated upon a little bit.
Yeah, I really like the mode. I don't think it's as good as spirit mode, but I like that it exists because it gives a real extra dimension to the system. I personally don't play it that much though, but I probably should actually. When I get the PS4 version, I should play some more Gray's mode. It's just the true mode scoring is so much more fun. I think basically it's a tale as old as time. I think the survival gameplay of Gray's is much better and more interesting, but the scoring of Spirit I think is better and more interesting, at least for me.
Yeah, on paper it seems like Gray's scoring would have more dimensions because of the fact that high Gray's gives you that extra deal of getting the blue gems for score, and so then you can do a combination of grazing actual bullets and spirits by timing, like with Pazzy's run I was watching earlier, timing when you're firing and shooting things so that you can do a combination of grazing to really build the meter, plus killing enemies to get the blue gems, and then using all of that to then charge trance, and then timing your trances at specific times. And so it seems like it would be a bit more nuanced. But yeah, I think you really have to be hardcore and into the game to truly get the most out of that mode, the way that Pazzy appears to have.
Yeah, but I also think, too, it is probably more challenging, and there's probably more dimension to it in certain ways. But I think just as a concept, I think Spirit Mode is more unique and interesting. Like, I'll give you an example. When Dan 4 comes out, I guess Danmaku Wyvern comes out, if it had only a Graze system, if it just got rid of the Spirit and said, okay, we're just going with the Graze system, I would be legitimately pissed. But if it came out and it only had a Spirit system and they said, Grace, that was fun, but we're not doing that, I probably wouldn't care that much. So it's like, even if on paper Grace has more to it, I just think viscerally and I identify the Spirit mode more with the game and with the way the game's made. I think fits the game better. So I think it's the better mode, even though it is less challenging in certain ways.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And it better be included. Otherwise, I will be pissed. Otherwise, the number one Danmaku fan will boycott. I'll go on Twitter and boycott the game. I'm kidding, but I'm sure it'll be there. Of course. It's the signature mode.
Yep.
Your ship can only carry a maximum of 4 bombs. You start off with 2 and earn an additional bomb after completing the stage successfully. By default, on the PC version, the game is set to auto bomb when you take a hit, and auto hyper comes when your transmitter is full. This can be turned off in the settings. Auto hyper doesn't appear to be on a default on the Switch.
What do you think about the hypers, Guru? What do you think about the hypers?
The hyper's an interesting system. I like it on paper, and it is fun to use. I think part of my problem is I never got good enough at the game to feel like I had a very good command of it. Although I will say there are times when you can really use it to your advantage with a boss to take out a boss or to basically cancel a bunch of bullets during a difficult pattern, or use it at the very end of an easy pattern to cancel bullets and get gold gems, and then basically, the next pattern is free or close to that, because you can just melt through the next phase of that boss and not have to deal with the pattern nearly as much. So it is useful, and I do like it in theory, but I think, like I said, maybe I just didn't get good enough to truly appreciate what it could do for me.
I feel like there's things about the hyper that I really, really like, but it has one major flaw. So the thing that I really like about the hyper is it has, I guess I'm calling it a reverse cancel. I really like that. And after you experience that, you kind of wish other games had this, which is, so in Donpachi DOJ and most other hyper-based shmups, when you activate the hyper, it cancels bullets on screen. That happens in Danmaku as well. But the cool part is there's a reverse cancel where when the hyper ends, it also cancels bullets on screen. And it creates these really interesting routing scenarios where I quite often route around not the activation cancel, but the end cancel. So I thought that was a really cool concept. And I don't know if other hypers do that. I can't think of any that do that.
Yeah, that is a nice feature. I did enjoy that.
Yeah, and it adds a new dimension to the routing. The issue, though, with the hyper, I like pretty much everything else about it, but the main issue with it that I don't think Sunny considered, that DOJ does, is you can't stock up your hyper. And so what that creates is it creates a really limited amount of things you can do with it, because basically, if you're not using your hyper, you're being stupid. You should always use your hyper because you gain more grades and score when you use your hyper. And so there's only a few scenarios where you're like really carrying your hyper and saving it, because by the time you save it, you're going to you missed out on a bunch of potential hyper. Donpachi DOJ solves this by allowing you to stock up on hypers. So you can like carry around 10 hyper medals and then employ them in different scenarios. And when you employ them all together, you get more points. And so it creates this really fleshed out hyper routing. But Danmaku Unlimited 3, I think because it was based on a mobile game and because it was based originally off of auto hypering, and I think that's why it's on by default on the PC version, is that was the original intended design of the hyper, is it just turns on by itself whenever you get it. Because of that, that's kind of what you have to do anyway. Even if you have it on manual, it's better to have it on manual for the scenarios where you do need to save it. But for the most part, you just should activate it when you get it, at least that I'm aware of. So I really hope for Dan 4 he updates this by allowing you to stock up on multiple hypers, and that way it opens up the routing a bit with it more. Because now it's just, like I said, it kind of feels like if you're not hypering, you're just stupid. So I wish I think that extra dimension could really add a lot.
The one counterpoint I'll offer to that is, because we played it so recently and it's still fresh in my mind, I can say that this is very similar to Kaikon, where you can only carry one bomb at a time. And with the way that game works, you should be bombing frequently, because once you level up your item rank to the top, you earn meter fast enough to get bombs very frequently. And so if you do it right, you can bomb 2 or 3 times during the course of a stage, and then earn enough additional meter to potentially get a final bomb that you can use during the boss. And so it feels like it's similar to that in the sense that you only get the one because you're encouraged to use it so frequently. And so it's a matter of maximizing the grazing that you're doing, and then that sort of being in conflict, or not conflict, but maybe tension is the right word I'm looking for, between how fast you charge your hyper and then when the most optimal place to use it is, in order to get the most benefit from it. So it feels like there's a tension there that maybe Sunny was going for, particularly in the move to PC and Switch, where you can manually activate the hyper, so that, it feels like maybe there's like that was an intentional decision, not just because it started out as a mobile game, but maybe because using it as a limited resource makes you consider a little bit more how and when to utilize it.
I think the problem with it, and I don't know if this is how Kaikon works, but the problem with it in Danmaku Unlimited 3 is that it makes the optimal scoring and the optimal survival gameplay too similar to one another. Because for score, you basically want to be hypering all the time. For survival, you basically want to be hypering all the time. So it creates this very kind of static way to approach the game. Whereas in DOJ, for example, there's sections where you would want to hyper this section, like the tanks or the mine carts in stage 4. But for scoring reasons, if you're playing for score, you want to hold off and save those hypers for later. So you'll have this tension where it would be nice to have the hyper for survival, but you're choosing not to use it for score so that you can score. That doesn't happen in Danmaku Unlimited 3 really though, because if you're wanting to score, you should have your hyper on, and you can't really carry it. That's not an option. So you just should have it on all the time. And then you kind of route your way to do that, to just basically be hypering all the time, which you kind of can do. So then it kind of overpowers the rest of the game, because you're just hypering constantly. And then you're learning routing to continue to hyper constantly. And you can build up your hyper really, really fast. So
yeah,
I just think that's the issue with the hyper, is it's too close to the survival gameplay. I think if he added that extra dimension of being able to store it and then hold off on it for special moments, I think that would have worked better.
That makes sense. I mean, I think there are some games where scoring is survival or survival is scoring because of the fact that when you score well, your earning extends.
Yeah.
And that gives you the edge for survival. Kaikon is kind of like that because depending on which version of the game you're playing, scoring allows you to earn in the Steam version at least, if you score really well, you can earn at least 2 extends during the course of the game from just score. And there are a couple of hidden extends available through the game as well. And so there are opportunities to do that. With Dan 3, my understanding is that you have to score crazy good in order to earn any extends.
Yeah.
So
well, kind of.
Really
it's like it's actually not too bad. Once I kind of like the way it handles the extends, which is like once you decide I'm going to chain and score, you'll get them. But if you play, I'm not going to chain, then you won't get them. I think that's kind of cool. But the difference, though, is so there's different dimensions to this in other games. Like, for example, with Garega, a lot of people would say that the way to properly score or to properly play survival in Garega is to score well, because you get more extends and all that. But the thing about that is that's kind of not true when you start to really score, because rank. So it kind of starts to go back on itself, where when you're a brand new scrub and you're just shooting and not paying attention to scoring and you're not paying attention to rank, you're just going to get destroyed. And then you realize, oh, okay, no, I need to start scoring a little bit. That way I can help manage the rank. Then it comes into kind of a balance there. But then you become, Kamui, and you're like, you know what, I'm going to get a world record, I'm going to get high level scores. Then you have to again kind of start playing against survival, because now you have to do all these scoring tricks that jack up the rank significantly. And you can't offset that with scoring extends anymore. So it does start to, once you get to the higher levels, it does start to come back. But I don't think it does for Danmaku Unlimited 3. I think the better you get at the game and the better you get at scoring the game just keeps getting easier rather than getting harder. The only real things not like that is like milking patterns. But the thing has a built-in timer where you can only milk a pattern one time. So even that, okay, you have to milk a pattern an extra time. But this is why I can't figure out how Pazzy has his high amazing scores. He has some kind of scoring trick knowledge I'm not aware of, because I did kind of like a task of just theoretically playing the game really, really well, and I got a really high score, but it was nothing compared to his score. So he's probably found some kind of like overflow thing or some crazy glitch thing or something. But it just feels like the better you get at scoring and the better you get at routing your hypers, the game just keeps getting easier rather than having that tension of, oh, okay, you're getting better at scoring, but now you're building up rank and now you have to deal with the maxed up rank and stuff. And plus, Grega also has the survival scoring dynamic too, because don't forget, you have to actually kill yourself in Grega to lower the rank. So yeah, you're getting those scoring extends, but they're not free, baby. You do have to still kill yourself to get the extend, to get the rank lower. So yeah, it's just missing that extra dimension. If the game had rank, that could help. Like if you kept getting higher, you hypered more. DOJ does this as well. The more you hyper, the more rank you build up. So basically, the lack of being able to have to store your hyper, and then also the lack of rank to punish your hyper, just makes the hyper too freaking good. It's just really too good. So that's my little analysis of the hyper system. It's really fun though, but just for high level play, it starts to become kind of a stale, I think.
Sure.
On hard and true difficulties, if you're the stage 4 boss on 1 credit, you have the option to skip to stage 5 and go straight to the last boss.
Which is kind of a cool feature.
Is that right?
Yep.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I saw this in a run that somebody did, and at least one person in our Discord confirmed that for us.
I don't think that's how it works. I think how it works is when you come into stage 5, it asks you that prompt. And basically, if you answer no to the prompt, the TLB will not appear. And if you answer yes to the prompt, the TLB will appear. But you still have to play through stage 5, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
so that
my understanding was wrong, so okay.
Yeah. So basically, when it asks you that prompt, it's asking, do you want to fight the TLB or do you want to not fight the TLB? And for a long time, I actually said no, because I wanted to get the clear. But obviously, fighting the TLB gives you more score and stuff. But that's what that prompt is.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so the TLB fight in this game is really fun, and it's really good. It's interesting because one critique of Danmaku Unlimited 3 boss fights, which is fair, but I still really love its boss fights, is that they're all static, in that there's no RNG to these boss fights. There's no RNG in this game. RNG does not exist. And I
appreciate that.
Yeah, so like that's what makes it so good for new players, is because it's so stable and predictable. But I think, when you get to like a higher level where you're grinding out run after run, it does start to feel a little bit, like, okay, well, I can just memo the game. I think the TLB might have a little bit of RNG. It's hard to tell. It could be static, but at least if it's static, it's tricky enough to not be totally obvious with its pattern, with its opening shot patterns, and they're quite difficult to dodge, and they're really fun. It's a really fun boss fight, and then the final pattern is really cool because it's kind of this swirling vortex that's just kind of off kilter in a way that's really hard to describe. Like, the pattern is hard to dodge, not because it's like a Ketsui style hard pattern where you've got things coming from 5 directions and you have to dodge in 5 directions. It's just hard to dodge because it's like hard to read this thing because it spins in like these crazy angles. So if you're good at reading angles of like circles, it's not that hard to dodge, but reading these angles is quite tricky. So it's a really cool pattern. I really like it. The hugest flaw with the TLB.
If you love crazy circular Toho patterns, you'll love the Danmaku Unlimited 3 TLB.
Yes, it's really cool. And I've never seen Pazzy no miss full graze it. I think it's possible, which would be really cool to see what it would do. I don't think you'd actually get that many points, though. That's probably why he doesn't bother doing it. Because all the bosses you can chain into except the TLB because it's its own thing. So you can't really build up much of a chain on it that I'm aware of. Maybe he has some secret strat that we never get to see. But the biggest issue with the TLB actually has nothing to do with the boss itself, but with the way the game's programmed. Because when you go to boss practice to fight the TLB, it legitimately takes like 40 to 30 seconds for it to load. And the most difficult part of the TLB is the opening minute or so. So basically what happens is you load it, you wait 40 seconds, you dodge for 30 seconds, reload. Wait 40 seconds, dodge for it's terrible. It's terrible. It's a huge programming oversight. He should have it be that when you load it, it immediately starts on the boss. And, maybe it takes a while for the boss to load in the game's memory, but I would say that's a programming issue then. He should have made it happen. I mean, come on. It's ridiculous how long it takes. That's why I've never gotten super good at the TLB, is purely because of this load time to practice it. It's absurd. I've even considered, maybe trying to run Danmaku Unlimited 3 in, a virtual machine and then save stating the virtual machine, but apparently that's, impossible. But someone should patch it or hack it so that you don't have to wait 40 seconds for the stupid TLB to load.
Yeah. Yeah, it reminds me of when we covered Shikondo, and a couple of those versions, the load times are just horrendous.
That game is a hot mess.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Alrighty, let's talk about the graphics.
Yeah. One thing that stood out to me right away is this sort of 80s throwback retro wave or vaporwave aesthetic that the game has.
Yeah.
It's got that really saturated look with a lot of blue and purple. And there's other stuff in there too, of course, like the Type B lasers, the red, and you got the green shots with the E, and you've got the gold when you use the trance or the hyper. But there's so much blue and purple. It's like a current YouTubers game room threw up all over the screen.
Yeah, it got the purple mic with the blue background. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you think of that color palette? I quite like it, but what are your thoughts on it?
I like it to an extent. I think when the game released initially in 2017, it was more unique.
Yeah.
Now that every gaming generic YouTuber and Twitch streamer has LED light barf in their setups.
Yeah.
It's kind of becoming old hat. And so it's not as visually distinctive as it was when it first came out. And I'm kind of tired of that style at this point. But I get the appeal because it is an interesting mix of the sort of throwback visual aesthetic with this very stark, clean lines kind of design philosophy in terms of the game. And I do like the fact that, enemy bullets, projectiles, lasers, etc. are all pretty well defined. They're easy to see.
Oh, I love the bullet design of this game. Yeah, I love the bullet design. How everything shimmers and how the bullets of these games are really unique in how they look. I really like it because bullet hell bullet design is starting to get very, you're either the cave look or you go with the Toho look.
Right.
And Danmaku Unlimited 3 has its own look that I really like.
Yeah,
I think it's the best part of the graphics actually.
I do appreciate that. And I like the fact that even when I found some of the patterns hard to read, the bullets themselves are not. In terms of visually, you can tell this is a bullet, it's going to hurt me.
And they have kind of a strobe effect on them. I really like that.
Yeah. And so I appreciated that level of visual acuity with the game, because I felt like it was a nice concession to make when some of the patterns maybe were a bit more visually noisy than I'm used to. At least in terms of the elements that make up those patterns, those elements were all easy to see and make out and understand. Yeah. This is a threat. So I need to make sure that I'm either grazing this threat or avoiding this threat, depending on what it was.
Yeah, the game has fantastic bullet visibility. You see the bullets in this game.
Yeah.
One thing about it that I think would have really helped, because I agree now, I'm looking at the footage, and I forget how, it kind of feels like a little bit of the time, a little bit like, oh yeah, with the color palette and everything. I think one really simple fix for this, though, is if he added in a graphics filter option where you could, like, shift the hue. So, like, instead of being blue, it'd be, like, orange or red. And you could, like, shift the hues. Kind of like in Zero Ranger, how Zero Ranger has that pink, or it has the orange look or whatever. But I often will shift it to the blue version. So I play blue Zero Ranger. I think this game could really benefit from something like that. Just a simple light or color switching palette where blue becomes red and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I bet a Zero Ranger theme color scheme in this game would look really cool.
That would be cool, yeah. One other thing about the graphics we have to point out is the amazing work he did on the visual effects. This game, it's like Toho in some ways, because Toho, the actual models of Toho are very basic and kind of almost amateur looking. But then Zun makes up for it with all these like insanely impressive effects, at least for the time, like all the crazy stuff he does with the backgrounds and the bolts and everything. And I think Danmaku is exactly like that, where the effects are really freaking good. Like when you graze off of bullets, it has these giant hit sparks that come off the graze. I don't think a game has done a better job visually with grazing as this game does, because of those giant hit sparks that come off the graze. And then he also has this little thin line that kind of trails behind where you went.
Yep.
It's a small visual touch, but it just adds a real dimension to the visuals to help it feel a little bit less lame. And then he has the circle around you, this kind of circling sphere around you that tells you your grazing area, but also just looks great. I think visually the effects are really good, even if the models are kind of a little bit bland.
Yeah, the sparks is definitely something that I wanted to mention, because it almost feels like Sunny saw Saivariar and said, "Oh, there's a little effect when you graze. Yeah, I can do better than that." And then, just went ham on it and made the most incredibly visually stunning effect for grazing bullets and sort of getting that, sparks flying everywhere thing.
Yeah, the death animations of the enemies are really good too. They just explode, and there's like, I'm going to rewind back and look at some explosions. Yeah, there's just these massive explosion animations. They just look great. It's crazy how many effects this game has going on, and it just works.
Where the game lacks in certain areas in terms of some of the models being a bit simple, some of the enemy designs being a bit simplistic or a bit, flat maybe.
Yeah, definitely.
The game definitely makes up for it in some ways with a lot of the other flash and visual stuff going on that helps to maintain interest.
Yeah, it just needs a little bit more texture to it. It's like, I'm looking at the boss models and stuff. It's not like they're not detailed, but they look like they were made in Blender, and then he never bothered to like apply textures to them, And I said, and again, maybe that's because because it began in life for mobile, and maybe mobile can't handle that much like texture and stuff going on. But it would have really helped.
And everything but the TLB all feels a bit variations on a theme.
Yeah.
And the stage 5 boss feels like a marriage between the two. So the stage 5 boss feels like, well, what's halfway in between these basic, mechanized
fighter robots,
fighter robot spaceship things, and this giant, let's copy Raiden with the diamond design, but make it, unique for this game. And so it feels like a halfway point in between those two things, which works and does sort of tie it together visually in terms of going from your mech robot spaceship things to this more abstract diamond crystal sort of thing that is the TLB. But yeah, the bosses, the interest of the bosses is the patterns, and the fact that you have multiple patterns and multiple phases that you have to go through, and a health bar for each one in order to get through it, versus just the actual look of the bosses themselves.
Yeah, I think a really easy test of this would be, so in DOJ, if I showed you a sprite of a boss, you would know instantly which boss that is and what stage. Like if I showed you the sprite of the turtle, you know the turtle. We all know the turtle. It's the turtle. You know that's stage 3 boss. Then I show you the sprite of the stage 2 boss, that kind of like a swamp hovercraft thing. You know, oh, it's the stage 2 hovercraft boss. If I showed you a picture of stage 3 boss in Dan 3 and stage 4 boss in Dan 3, you legitimately probably could not tell which one was which.
Probably.
Like, you would not remember, oh, that way there's the stage 3 boss. But if I removed the boss sprites and just had the patterns, you would know based off the pattern, oh, that's stage 3 because the pattern. But you wouldn't know because of the boss sprite.
Yeah, that's a good observation.
Yeah, I think if you replace the stage 3 boss with a Roomba, you'd still have a hard time telling. So I think that's part of the issue on this, is that the stages themselves don't feel very distinct, right?
No, definitely not.
Everything feels very samey, and it needs a little bit more. And as you had mentioned previously, I think that the fact that this was an Android game, as Root comes along into that, looking at the next one, Project Dragon, Wyvern, Valkyrie, whatever it is, is something that is definitely has more of a distinct visual style, right?
I'm excited.
It's got a lot more of those tricks. I think that's part of the reason why I sort of feel the way that I do with Danmaku Unlimited 3. I'll get a little bit more into it, but there is, in every single one of his releases, it's got to be doing something and give you that wow factor. Like, hey, I didn't expect that to happen. Do you remember when this happened? You know, is those moments when you play a shmup and you get that moment like, wow, that is really cool. I want to play that again. And Dan 3, through its visual style and through its simplistic design for the ships, and the fact that there isn't a lot of variety of ships, as we talked about later on, when they're reusing the same model for these ships, but now they're almost indestructible, it causes a feeling of sameness.
Yeah.
And I think that is what works against the game, is you start to feel fatigue. It's similar to like when you're playing an RPG and you're like, oh, look, I remember this guy. Oh, wait, no, he's red now, and he's got twice the hit points.
Yeah. I also think, too, with the models thing, is with shmups, memory is really, really important, because you need to memorize these games. And one thing that really helps memorization is distinctive visual theming. So, for example, if I tell you stage 4, DOJ, giant cannon, you instantly know what I'm talking about. You instantly can picture what this giant cannon with giant bullets coming out of it looks like. But if you had a similar, but you could easily not have a giant cannon there. You could have just a formation of Roombas there and have the same gameplay, but you would not remember that section nearly as distinctly as that visual of a giant cannon shooting giant bullets out of it. And I think that's something that Dan 3 does definitely struggle with, because the stages do start to bleed together a lot. Especially if you actually do a lot of full runs, you'll legitimately be like, wait, am I in stage 3 or 4 right now? You know, it just feels like one giant stage, sort of, by the end.
Yeah.
And I think if it had more distinctive visual theming, it would help you learn the game more, too, because you'd remember specifics of the routing better.
Right. And I wonder if some of the routing was developed with the idea that the game was not going to have bespoke backgrounds with specific, visual indicators and things, because everything is more abstract. there's less reliance on you have to be at this specific position on screen at this specific point in the stage in order to route, because it's hard to actually find that specific position on the screen unless you're really good at visually judging. Okay, I'm 2/5 up the screen, and 20% from the left side of the screen where I need to start this pattern and then move in this specific arc or whatever, to get the bullets to work. I think a lot of the game is perhaps developed around hanging at the back of the screen, and then occasionally moving up or around when you need to, but using that as sort of your base position where you can allow enemies to fire at you so you can graze bullets and then take out enemies to turn them into spirits and kind of use that as the loop. But I don't think the game was really developed around the strict routing of something like a DOJ, where you've got all those visual indicators to tell you where you need to be, or to give you touch points of where you need to be. And so I guess that's probably a good thing in Dan 3's favor, that it's not asking that of you when it doesn't give you the tools to make that any easier.
I also wonder too, a lot of mobile shmups are made to be more like a stage attack rather than a full run, because you're on mobile, right? How long? Who's sitting down for 30 minutes and playing an entire run on their phone? It's just that's not what the platform is built for. So I think that's also part of it.
Hold on. Let me ask you this. How much times have you been on your phone in the bathroom? I think that's made for those type of runs.
But the thing is, though, is on your phone, it's like you have ADD. So even if you could sit and look at your phone for 30 minutes, no one sits and does one thing on their phone for 30 minutes. Like, oh, let me text, let me look something on YouTube, let me send off an email. Oh, I'm getting a notification. It's totally ADD when you're on your phone. And also, I think physically playing a shmup on your phone for 30 minutes straight is physically exhausting because of the way you do the touch controls. I can do about 10 or 15 minutes. I'm like, all right, we need to take a break here. So I even wonder if the game is sort of not developed to be fully run all in one sitting. Yeah.
Right? You put a controller next to toilet paper. You just pull it out while you're sitting there. You go.
Yeah, but at that point, just play on your Switch.
Yeah, here's my bathroom switch. Here's my living room switch.
Yeah.
Oh man, I can't believe this has devolved into bathroom humor this quickly.
Yeah, so I think, it is interesting how it does start to bleed together, and maybe that's part of it, again, being originally a mobile game.
Yeah.
Because even looking at the backgrounds, like here I'm looking at the different stage backgrounds. I mean, they are different, but they really stick to the same color palette. They're all kind of like abstract-y. He could have switched them up, even just color-wise. Like he could have had one stage where it's like a really bright white or something, and then another stage where it's like a darker blue or like an orange or something, or a green that really stood out. But they all kind of bleed together.
Those buildings, right? You're flying sideways through the buildings in the first stage.
Yes.
It's really weird, yeah. And it doesn't break up until you get your butt to Mars, or whatever that is.
I think I know why you're flying sideways through the buildings. This has always been my theory. You're drunk? No, which is that it's difficult to find assets that are of a top-down view of things. It's much easier to find assets in profile. And so what he did was he found these assets of buildings in profile, and he's like, well, let's use these. And so it just creates the visual effect that you're flying sideways. I'm that theory. I'm quite I don't know. I can't say I'm confident in it, but it just feels like that's probably what happened. I think it was more like he found the assets and he's like, I guess you're flying sideways, rather than he thought, you know what, wouldn't it be sick if you're flying sideways? I think it was more of just have to do with the finding cheap assets or accessible assets.
Fair enough. I understand how you don't want to get pay all your money for when you're making a mobile game to waste it all on one asset.
Well, yeah, and I wonder what the budget is on these, Dan 3. Because remember, Dan 2, basically no one bought. Dan 3 was the one that popped off. He probably has a bigger budget now, and that's why Wyvern is like going to be a proper, like a full-on console-style game probably now. So probably when he was making Dan 3, his budget was like a Diet Coke and a pack of cigarettes. That was probably his budget, So...
What was the budget for Dan 2 then? A box of ramen noodles?
Yeah, ramen noodles.
Tic Tacs.
You ever heard that joke on there? It says a truck carrying ramen noodles spilled over on the highway. $4 was lost.
All right.
That's funny. The insurance claim is $4.
Yeah. Yeah. One thing I noticed with the sound, and I think this is a good thing, is that mostly the sound is pretty understated. The little clicky noise that you get when you're grazing bullets, I think is good.
Yeah, I like that.
I suspect part of that was because of the mobile aspect again, just to make it easier to understand that you're grazing the bullets when you're on a mobile platform.
Yeah. I really like that though. I wish more grazing shmups had really distinctive grazing sound effects, because I rely on it all the time. Because whenever you're grazing, you've got your eye up ahead of you, and so you want to make sure that you're kind of close enough to get the graze, and that sound effect is incredibly useful. It's really good. I really like it.
I like the fact that it's very snappy.
Yes.
The one thing that annoyed me about the sound is the focus laser. It's just this weird droning hum. And it kind of got old for me after a while.
Yeah. I kind of get the feeling...
I can get that for my CRT.
Yeah, I kind of get the feeling that sound effect is a byproduct of how present the soundtrack of the game is, where he's like, okay, basically the mix is completely taken up by the soundtrack of the game, so I can't stick any distinctive laser sound in there. So here's the bass note. Here's the laser sound.
Yeah. Well, speaking of the soundtrack, I dig it. It's done by Blankfield, who my understanding is a Japanese composer, and it's a blend of this sort of gent style metal sound and then electronics. And Octane and I were having a conversation about this, or I was interjecting myself in a conversation Octane was having on Shmup Junkies Discord a couple of weeks ago. And he was saying about how much he liked Danmaku Unlimited 2's soundtrack more than 3. He was posting tracks from both, and he was kind of saying that maybe Dan 3's soundtrack was a bit more one note. But the more I played the game and the more I listened to the tracks, I do feel like they're pretty distinctive. And it does have a nice range within the limited scope of the soundtrack between total ragers like the boss music, or, heavy emphasis on the heaviness in tracks like Stage 1. But there's a fair amount of melodicism in these tracks. And I also really I have a soft spot for the Stage 3 music.
Yeah.
Because there's this keyboard sound during the sort of quieter section of the Stage 3 track that the keyboard sound is almost exactly like the keyboard sound in the theme music from the IT Crowd, the British TV show.
Yeah.
Which I love. And so that always made me think of that. And so I really like the soundtrack for Dan 3, and it's one of the things that, despite my frustrations with the game while I was streaming and playing it through the month, that is one thing that kept me going. Not just because I'm a metal guy and that's, my favorite type of music, but because I really feel like it's a good mixture of the elements, and the stuff is well composed enough that it kept me engaged.
Yeah, I've learned that Danmaku Unlimited 3 has probably the most divisive shmup soundtrack I have ever encountered, where people all the time I talk to about this soundtrack, it's a cliche, but I don't know how else to describe it. People are either seething and pissed when they hear this soundtrack, or they love it. And so I will get either opinion, and what, I've had my relationship with this soundtrack is interesting because I started playing Danmaku Unlimited 3 when I was really struggling emotionally, and I usually don't have this kind of thing with most shmups, but Danmaku 3, I played this when I was like struggling emotionally, and I carried my Switch around with me and played it all the time. And so when I first listened to the soundtrack, I really loved it, and it gave me the feels. And then as I played the game over and over and over and over and over and over and talked to people online about it, people were like, oh, the soundtrack's cheesy and lame and it sounds stupid or whatever. Then I kind of went through this phase of being like, yeah, the soundtrack is cheesy and lame. And so I started to play the game with the soundtrack muted. And then I played the game again, recently with the soundtrack on again. And I was just getting all the feels, and I was just moved. And so I love this soundtrack. It can get a bit much if you play it hour after hour, but yeah, I don't know. It does have a real emotional feel to it that I don't really get out of many game soundtracks. Maybe it's just that gent, like you said, that gent metal gets me or whatever it is, but it really invokes something.
And I wonder if, since you played it during an emotional time, if maybe the more sort of cathartic effect of that heavy oppressive sound might have been a factor in that.
Well, I find it like uplifting. That's the weird thing, though. Like, I don't listen to it and feel like I find it like like I want to stand and go like it's an uplifting soundtrack to me for some reason. And I think it's when it really gets the cheese going. I mean, that's what I'm saying. The cheese, it either moves you or you find it obnoxious. There's no other way around it. Some of the like it has these breaks and stuff where it gets like the choir piano stuff going and all that, and like the soft piano and everything. I don't know. I really like it.
Yeah.
But I could see it being a bit much. I can understand it can get a bit much at times.
I'm going to draw another parallel here because, again, it's fresh in my mind. But Kaikon's original itch version, the free version, had free music that Zakichi just put in the game, and I think it really worked well for the game. And then the Steam release is a brand new soundtrack that's all super high octane metal that should be up my alley. And generally speaking, I like the sound of it, but it's all very one note.
Right.
And I don't think it works as well for the game, and it doesn't really match the game's atmosphere or its ebb and flow the way the original soundtrack did. And maybe it's just, that situation where I heard that music first, so I like it best.
Yeah.
But as much as I enjoy the music in the Steam version of Zakichi objectively, I just don't think it fits the game the way that it should. Whereas this soundtrack for Dan 3, I think fits the game because
definitely.
The tracks vary enough from stage to stage. The atmosphere is good. The boss music is a total rager, so it really fits the boss fights and kind of ramps up that tension that you want. And so I really feel like it is one of the strong points of the game in terms of its presentation, because it does work with the stark visual theming and with the game's overall atmosphere.
Yeah, and I really like the direction it goes, because it's funny. Visually, the game lacks texture, and it like tries to make up for it with the soundtrack, because the soundtrack is like full of texture. So it's,
Yes.
yeah. If you want texture, you get it in the music more so than the visuals.
Yep.
Yeah, I could not see this game divorced from its music. It would feel a little too generic without it, I feel.
Yeah.
Presentation wise, not gameplay wise, but presentation wise.
Yeah. Okay, so moving on to scoring, I wanna run this by you, because there's no page for this game on the Shmups Wiki other than the page that links some of the high scoring runs. So This is everything I picked up on while
and the highest
playing.
scores are not recorded. Let me preface this entire section by saying the highest scores in this game are, I don't know, we should look if Pazzy's still the record holder. He probably still is. Pazzy found some sort of scoring strategy that is OP and insane, and I don't know what that is. There is no footage of it. His runs on YouTube are not his high score runs, because I beat his high score YouTube runs. So that's why I thought I had the world record, because I was like, oh, I beat them on the forum. I beat them on YouTube. There's no higher runs than me. And then people pointed out, oh, there's this random leaderboard thing on the Steam page that's not in the game. I had no idea that existed. So we don't know. The scoring of this game, put it question marks. Pazzy, someone email Pazzy. What the hell is the scoring of this game? Because he's found some sort of scoring exploit that we don't know what it is exactly. But
Right.
But the traditional scoring in this game, yeah, is what we're talking about. The scoring of this game that us humans understand.
Right. So everything
Which I would
that
have a
picked
high
up,
score for.
everything that I picked up is as follows. So a major component of the scoring is bullet grazing in two ways. We kind of mentioned already. First, grazing bullets adds to your graze meter and your score, and then also chaining that together in large segments means that you're ranking up the graze counter as well, and then adding to your score bonus. And then, of course, the trance system, which you power up faster, as we mentioned, by grazing. Then once your meter is full, then you activate the trance or the hyper so that you can get the bullet cancel and get all the gold gems. But then also as you mentioned, your graze meter goes up really fast during trance. So even if you're not actually grazing anything, you're still your meter is still your graze counter is still going up. So it's a way to ramp that up quite a bit. You get tick points for any of your shots or lasers that are connecting with enemies. Someone in our Discord was mentioning that it seems like there's an additional bonus for ending a boss fight with an active hyper.
Yeah. How that works exactly, I can't remember, but yeah, there is.
Okay. And I don't know. Someone thought that it might have been something where you have to have so much of it left. But when I was watching Pazzy's runs, a lot of times, or Pazzy's graze mode run, it seemed like the hyper would be activated almost at the last second, so that most of the meter was still there. And I don't know if that's part of the trick or not.
Yeah, that's something to investigate, that's for sure.
And then also, because you have the maximum of 4 bombs, if you get through a stage with all 4 bombs in stock, then you get an additional bonus instead of another bomb.
Yep.
And then there's a small bonus for the number of lives that you have in stock, but it's pretty inconsequential. Is there anything there that I'm missing score-wise?
We should mention milking and chaining. So, you chain throughout the stage, by grazing and collecting spirits. We mentioned that. But something about this game that's unique that I really like, that I think is like the X factor of what makes this scoring fun, is that you can chain bosses. Most chaining games do not have this as a feature. You don't chain bosses in DOJ or Dodonpachi. You don't chain bosses, from what I understand, in a lot of other chaining games, but you do chain them in this game. So you can, I think Gwenge you chain bosses in, actually, but other than Gwenge, yeah, so you can chain into the boss, and you can milk the boss patterns, but only one time. Because then there's this timer that goes out, and you can't, and then the bullets become ungrazable, and you can't chain them anymore. So there's this meta, once you get good enough, of where you actually repeat all the boss patterns twice, because you milk them the first time. Or, you repeat them however many times you can, but you milk them. Oh. And this gives you massive point upgrades, like huge, because the chaining's an exponential system, right? And you get tons and tons of graze points by milking them. Especially stuff like the cat's eye and some of these bullet patterns. It's insane how much you can rack up. So that's a very, very important scoring strategy, is graze milking the boss patterns, but you can only do it until the timer runs out, which I like. I like how there's a timer, so you can't just milk them forever.
Yeah. But, I wasn't sure about the timer. I knew that there was a timer because of the little countdown noise, but yeah. I wasn't sure if the timer just meant that you don't get a bonus by finishing the phase within the time limit, or what. So that makes sense that it's a milking thing.
The bullets stop being grazable, so you'll drop your chain and go kiss your butt goodbye if you drop your chain.
Okay, cool. Well, I think we're
overall. Overall, I love the scoring of this game, despite some of the critiques I have of it. I'm just giving ideas that I think could make it better, but overall, I love the scoring of the game. It's probably one of my favorite scoring systems in all of shmups. I mean, I play it for score, and I rarely do that for shmups. I usually play shmups mostly for survival. So I'm a huge fan of this game's scoring system. It's a great combination of being very direct and straightforward, but also allowing you to get somewhat creative with how you set up your routes and how you manage your hyper. You could get more creative, but it's still got a nice wiggle there that is really cool. So I love the scoring of this game, especially the spirit mode, and I really hope it's preserved in Dan 4. I mean, losing out on the scoring system in this game would be really a bummer.
Sure. Well, it looks like Dan 4 is going to have an element that's similar to Akai Katana.
Oh boy. What's that element going to be? I'm nervous now.
Well, the footage I was seeing on online was sort of a thing similar where you've got the katana, or the blades that shoot out and then like convert bullets and stuff like that to items that you can collect. So it seems like it might be a bit more, I don't know, visceral.
I really hope it keeps the system of the spirits and the grazing though together. That's the magic, I think.
There's definitely grazing, because you still have that spark effect that I saw. And I think the spirits are still there because there's some of that, but it looks like maybe it's, I don't know. The footage is all very limited. Yeah. So right now it's just bits and pieces I'm seeing. It's hard to really judge. It does appear that maybe the spirit thing is a bit less emphasized, but again, we're talking about 30-second clips on social media, so it's going to be hard to tell until there's more lengthy footage that shows a bit more direct gameplay and not just snippets. Addicted, did you engage with the scoring at all?
I shot things and brought up the score, and that's about it.
Yeah, I tried to engage with the scoring early on, but I got a little frustrated with it, so I kind of quit. And I guess I'll cover that later when I get into my final thoughts on the game. But let's move on to some thoughts from the folks who played with us. Overdrone said, I like the game. Scoring feels a bit all or nothing with the chain dropping, so probably wouldn't go too hard anyway to save my sanity.
That's chaining. I like it. I like the exponential chaining of this game. So like Zero Ranger has chain caps that kind of prevent it from being all or nothing. But I like the exponential factor of this game. I think it's strong point, because when you start building up and you get these massive full level chains, and then you carry it into the boss and get a full level chain, it just feels right. It just feels good. So I'm a huge fan of it. It is all or nothing, though. That is the nature of a chaining system. You either get the chain or you don't. But it is very lenient compared to DDP. I mean, this is a walk in the park chaining-wise compared to DDP because of how generous it is with the spirits and the grays. I mean, you've got to, with some really good routing, you can always chain the levels with that, as long as you don't get hit, Don't get hit.
Right.
Yep, those are the two rules for shmups, right? Get good and don't get hit.
Yes.
All right, so Full Macho says, I got DU3 Physical on Switch back in 2018 or 2019 from Limited Run Games. It was one of the first shmups I seriously played or even purchased. I got a Spirit Clear on Medium in 2020. I'm excited to revisit it. Hello. Yeah.
I actually have that as well. I have the Limited Run. I've only bought 2 games from Limited Run, this and Battle Grega. So yeah, I have the Limited Run Switch port as well.
Nice.
Okay.
I got to hand it to... Yeah.
Oh, I was going to just read. Do you want me to read?
No, I was going to finish up with this, and then after that...
Okay, go ahead.
But no, I was going to say, when Guru came to town, he ended up... the first thing he found was the soundtrack from Battle Grega on vinyl.
Nice.
No.
We're looking at... What?
Did I?
Yeah, you're chanting through the records and you go, oh, look at this.
Oh, that's right. It was in a record store. Someone had
half-price books.
apparently traded it in.
That's cool.
$50 for it, though. I didn't buy it. It was $50 too much. I'll just stick to my regular soundtrack in Korean. All right. Later post, LOL. I forgot I got the easy clear, so I did it again, and with a much better score, 145,941,041 points. I'm excited to move up to medium. I remember when playing this a few years ago that the often increased the bullets, making routing easier, except when your route from easy is now a dead end of bullets. In easy, there's a difficulty fighting the last level. You really need to choke up on the screen to avoid patterns of the enemy group at an angle that shoots forward and sideways. Before then, the only real memorization is level 4 mid-boss that has really explosive bullets that you have to be in the corner to avoid. I forgot there's also a circle on the screen to show you the Grace hitbox. I need to play needlessly close to the bullets. On this run where it's possible to line up, get enough lasers on both sides of my ship to get the transmitter filled faster. During the TLB, when you are inside the circle of bullets and hit the gray spot, it feels a little wonky, but you must get closer to register grazes, and for the most part, the game has that gray circle has been true. I turned up the sound effects slider so I could hear the audio of grazing because sometimes the visuals is hard to spot in all the bullets. I feel like the visual feature gets put on the bottom layer and easily obscured by everything else.
It does. But you wouldn't want it on the top layer, for the love of God. Then you couldn't see the bullets.
Yep.
Priorities, my friends.
Oops, all bullets. No. Oh, wow. I don't think there's an auto hyper on Switch. I realize there's rumble when you're getting grazes with Joy-Cons or controller. The HD rumble shines through. Finally, use for it. So there's a reason to play that way instead of stick. If it's in the spot of the stage 4 boss where those hexagons come from the top, yeah, you gotta stay calm there for sure and be a little off center. That feels much like a harder pattern than most of the rest of the easy difficulty. I've been able to get to the stage 5 boss here on Spirit Medium, but that's where I've hit my limit with the Joy-Con. I need precise inputs to get through that last bit, and I'm using AC. I settled on what it played. I settled on that when I played a lot in 2020. I've been trying to do some others again, but AC is what I'm used to. MC is pretty ideal. I still need to unlock the 2 Type E weapons. Hey, I got a 1cc on Spirit Medium after practicing stage 5 and boss a bunch. Over 100 mil less than my 2020 high score though. My only tip is it's a kind of game where you need to sit close to the screen for and pay attention to the area immediately around the ship. Routing and memorization takes care of the rest. The bullets are visually big and their hitbox is small. There are plenty of safe gaps that don't look like a smart play from afar. The final bullet pattern in stage 5 boss definitely about not moving too much. In easy and medium there are gaps where you can move about a bit on the screen, avoid it, but eventually you need to weave through the bullets. On hard and true the screen is quite full of micro dodging, so that's the only option.
Alrighty, I'll read for SPM. If I recall correctly, the dev said that the original mode, Graze, falls apart below true. That's not the original mode, Spirit is. Barely working on hard. That's why there aren't lower difficulties. Spirit is fine in all modes except for the extends. The score thresholds weren't adopted. I may be able to join during the second half of the month. It's been a while since I played this. Great game. One of my first 1cc's. Once I got more experience, my fave mode ended up being Spirit Hard. Yeah, baby. True patterns had less character? I don't think so, buddy. I'm sorry I'm providing commentary. And medium, not enough bullets to chain. I wonder how I'll feel this time. Yeah, SPM, give True another go. Later post. Ending a stage with an active hyper gives lots of points if I recall. Not sure if you have to kill the boss with it as well though. It makes sense. I think you do because you get gems, I think. Something like that. Later post. Played a random run after dinner and almost got a PB. Exponential scoring system shenanigans. And also, I don't know if you've already talked about this, but there's one hidden trick to get a large end stage bonus if you finish with an active hyper. It drains an extra 30% after killing the boss, so you have to time it a bit. The downside is that it forces you to learn the last pattern since you can't rely on a safe hyper until the last moment. I think that's the point though. Later post. Got a new PB. I love how this game gives us the option to go for the TLB or not after the 4th stage. Yes, but you still have to play the 5th stage.
Okay, so that was my mistake. A roguish ham chimed in and said, I don't know why I expected this to be more of a score optimization game than a difficult game, but this game hates you and wants you to die. Also, never played any Toho. I've played Bullet Hell, but nothing balanced quite the way this is.
Super Goat, another game I bought on sale but hadn't got around to playing. In fact, I own it on PC and iPad. I played Medium Spirit on both and they seemed pretty identical. Initial impressions getting to level 3. I find macro easier on iPad but micro easier with a controller. It's tough to keep the reaction twitches on the touchscreen from being too big compared to little taps on the controller. Yeah, no kidding. I haven't played a Toho, but I'm sure I will eventually. The patterns are pretty fun. I don't like the presentation. Even though visibility is fine with good contrast and colors, I find it simultaneously bland and garish that the screen is basically filled with glow the whole time. Enemies basically all look the same, including the bosses. And if not for the transition between, I wouldn't be able to tell one stage from another. Yeah, we talked about. Yeah, basically we all said that as well. Super Goat.
Yeah.
What would you call that? Blairish?
I think
This game looks blairish.
Blairish, yeah.
The Blairish Witch Project. No, all right. DDL Turbo says, cleared Spirit Story easy by the skin of my teeth in 2020 for 103,079,621 points. Going for Spirit Story medium this month, consistently up to stage 4 mid-boss at the moment. Love this game. Music, graphics, design, control, mechanics, vibe, difficulty, and scoring system. Never played Toho either, but it feels like this. It's like this game, I would probably like it. Yeah, this game's easy mode is very respectful. Took me a while to 1cc, whereas most dojins easily can be beaten on first try. Medium is a huge difficulty jump as there are more bullets to graze it, so you hyper more, and it's that way and it's easier. I'm consistently up to the final boss now. I think the game really wants you to continually fight to move from side to side a lot. A lot of whips and other little patterns that shut down your open space if you stay still. Most things pop out and fire directly at you, so you just move a lot. Yeah, I think there was one where, Mark, you had mentioned in this pattern, all you do, you want to do macro dodging, and this all you have to do is, for the most part, stay still.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's all about managing the different patterns. And to me, after playing a bunch of Toho, I was coming back and it's sort of like the guy with the butterfly. You know, pick that meme. I was like, is this synthwave Toho?
One more quarter said, managed a spirit mode medium 1cc. And he also linked to that run in the Discord. Fun game. Appreciate the opportunity to participate.
Corkman77. I didn't get to play this game much this month, but it seems like a real Danmaku fans type of game. The overall presentation was pretty minimal, with basic ship designs and bosses and backgrounds with basically no detail. Nothing too interesting here graphically, other than some neon colors. I don't think there was a story, right? I don't know, it was in German. If you learn to read German, Corkman. At least the music was pretty decent enough, though I don't consider myself a fan of Gent. Gent sounds German. Is Gent German?
No.
But it's probably just some internet acronym. But really, this is a game about the gameplay only. And what is here is some well-designed and unique bullet patterns. There's a good amount of difficulty here too. Overall, a good game that I might come back to sometime.
Djent is a subgenre of progressive metal distinguished by a high-gain, distorted, palm-muted, low-pitched guitar sound. The name Djent is an onomatopoeia of the sound.
Yep.
Invented in Germany.
When you hear the staccato riffing, you know, that
okay.
That's kind of the idea behind it. So, looking at the scores real quick, the ones that I noted here in the score section, other than what was mentioned during the previous section here, on Spirit Medium, Faux Macho blew everybody away with a 792,258,061 points, and that was a clear. And then, of course, one more quarter's clear that he mentioned with 109,673,029 points. And then on Spirit Hard, SPM had a clear of 980,983,377 points. So very impressive stuff.
Nicely played.
Final thoughts. I'm divided on this game because I like a lot of what it's doing, and I understand a lot of what the game is going for, and especially after watching Pazzy's Gray's run earlier, I have a better appreciation of what the game wants you to do in terms of chaining and scoring. Having said that, chaining is not something that I'm good at or something that I am confident at yet. So a game that asks you to do chaining in order to score is going to be a harder sell for me, which is why I almost entirely focused on survival, which I think was to my detriment because I wasn't really hypering as much as I should have. And I think that might have helped to alleviate some of my frustrations I had with the game. And I guess tying this back into the question of the month about a game that you thought you would never clear, I felt that way about this game very quickly when we started to play it. Now, I did clear on Spirit Medium. It wasn't during the month. It was a day or two after. But I did finally get a clear on Spirit Medium. And it was literally that I managed to have a really solid run where I had one death leading up to the stage 3 boss. And then I was able to get the stage 3 and 4 bosses pretty solid. And then I managed to get through the stage 5 mid-boss without a lot of hassle, and then the stage 5 boss, I just sort of tanked my way through with the resources that I had in stock. I like the auto bomb feature. It's very helpful for someone like myself who is still very much learning the ropes, as it were, with these kinds of games, and still not as comfortable with the Danmaku side. The hyper system is interesting, and I think if I engaged with it more, I would probably appreciate it more. So that was, I guess I'll say, a bit of a misstep on my part. But some of the patterns are difficult for me to read, and a lot of that, much like with Toho, is that I have a hard time visually parsing crisscrossing patterns or stuff where bullets come in from the side or come in at weird angles. And that's just a thing for me, having a hard time reading that stuff visually as it's happening on screen. This is one of those cases where I think for me, to get the most out of a game like this, number one, I would have to learn how to appreciate chaining. And number two, I would probably have to record myself playing the game, go back and watch myself playing the game so I can see all the mistakes that I made, and then try to find a way to not make those mistakes in the future. That's generally not the way I like to do it, because I like to come at it a bit more organically. But I think for my own benefit, that's probably the way that I would have to do it in order to really make it work. I played this game a little bit yesterday after having not engaged with the game since I got my clear. And I did a couple of runs and very quickly got frustrated and kind of noped out. I'm glad we played the game. And this is one of those I could see myself coming back to after I have a bit more experience with some other Danmaku games, where maybe I can learn to better parse some of the harder patterns, the crisscrossing and some of that stuff, where maybe I'll feel less intimidated by the game after I've grown my skill level a little bit more. You know, I would definitely like to see myself getting clears of something like Crimson Clover, like I mentioned, or Mushi, before coming back to Dan 3. So I've got mixed feelings on this one, because I like a lot of what it's doing, but it's frustrating to me in the ways that make me feel like I suck, probably more than I do. and my own inability to be consistent with my execution, and maybe in some part because I just wasn't engaging with the game the way the game wanted me to. I was struggling with it more than perhaps I should. So that did affect my enjoyment of it. But I do think it's a good game that perhaps is not as much my speed as I was hoping it would be.
That makes sense. I'm a huge fan of the game. I find it a really fun blend between sort of the more dense bullet hell style of something like Toho, where the patterns are really laid out and really organized, but with that little bit of messiness and chaotic style stuff that you get in cave games. It's kind of a nice in-between of the two. I love the bullet design and the bullet visibility. I really enjoy the grazing mechanic mixed in with the chaining. That combo I really like. If it was a game where you just grazed, like graze mode, yeah, it's pretty fun. But the fact that you have that sort of spirit bullet eating with the chaining, grazing, I really like them together. And then I like how you, the way the hyper system works, other than I wish you could store it up a bit more. And then the boss fights, how the boss fights are still part of the stage and you have to chain into them. That's really cool. It is all or nothing. And I think I tend to like shmups kind of like that. Like I like Donpachi because of that. I like the all or nothing style scoring. I'm a little bit less into like the little incremental style scoring. I kind of like, oh, okay, I'm really focusing on scoring and I'm getting really clear feedback that it's working and that things are improving, versus like some games where I think I'm doing better, but it's kind of hard to tell till you get to the end. So I really like how clear and direct this game's design is. It's not a perfect game. It's got plenty of issues, especially in the visual department, especially like Super Goat said, the stages do blend together. The enemies are all basically the same. There's no real massive set pieces that make you go, oh, damn, or anything like that. It's not going to really wow people too much. It's an entry-level game, but it doesn't have that real hook in terms of the visuals. I think it has pretty good hook in terms of gameplay, but so overall, I think it's a really well-made, solid Danmaku bullet hell style shmup. I think there's plenty of room for improvement, but it's also, I think, it's not generic. For whatever, it's very clear and straightforward, but it's not generic. It is a distinctive game that you don't really get anywhere else, and that's why I'm such a big fan of it and why I'm looking so much forward to the sequel. So, I definitely recommend it, though I do know it's not a one-size-fit-all. It's not a masterpiece. That term gets thrown around a lot. It's an interesting, well-made game, but it's not a masterpiece. So, definitely check it out, though. And I'm going to try it out on the PS4. Oh, I just realized the PS4 version I'm really interested to check out because of the leaderboards. Because the thing about the Steam leaderboards is I always wonder, well, how much of this... I know Pazzy didn't hack the leaderboard, but I think a lot of those other scores could potentially be hacked or cheated in some way. Whereas on PS4, that's harder to do. It's harder to hack and cheat. So out of the leaderboard curiosity alone, will it even have a leaderboard on PS4? Because it's not built into the game. I've got to check that out and see as well.
Right.
Yeah, it better. Sonny. You better have a leaderboard. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of it. I do kind of wish, though, that over all these years, I know Sonny's working on the sequel, but I do wish just a few little additions, a few little moments, maybe even for like a little DLC, like a graphics filter where you could kind of change the coloring, make it like orange and black or red and black, those types of things. I think the game could have something like that. That would be nice.
Yeah.
No, for me, Danmaku Unlimited 3, I thought would be very, hey, let's get this going out of the gate. let's try this, and it would improve my skills. So I immediately went to the hardest difficulty and tried that and kept with that. And what I ended up finding is I like the game, but for me, it's more palatable if I do it in short segments or short bursts. I can't go from like start to finish with and get an enjoyment out of it, because all that leads me is into frustration. I think that this is a good title and would recommend it to some people, but at the same time, if someone's going to be asking me for a recommendation, like what Danmaku do I want to play or what, I think that I would maybe more steer them towards Cave than Danmaku Unlimited 3. Along the lines of, if someone says, hey, I really want to get into playing Souls-like games. Should I start out with Lies of P, or should I start with Dark Souls? What should I start? You want to just like, hey, try Elden Ring, because it sort of strikes this thing where you'll find a lot of videos on people knowing what to do, how to explain to you what you need to know, and it has the most user friendliness, right? Where I sort of see Danmaku Unlimited 3 as a good game, but at the same time, it has its quirks. It's not quite up to the like a FromSoft or a Cave level where it can hit there. And I guess it shows, maybe to its credit, that it's even that we're nitpicking enough to say it's not up to the masterclass. It's definitely good stuff, but would Gordon Ramsay approve? Probably not. and that's where it needs. That's will he approve it to serve? No. So I think that it's headed in the right direction, but I don't think we're fully going to get there until Danmaku Wyvern Class Super High Ultra or Danmaku Unlimited 4. I think that's where it's really going to start to shine. Danmaku Unlimited 3 is on sale enough that people could test it, their toes in the water, and see if they want to try it. Is the Cave games, let's just face it, you want to play Ketsui, you're still going to pay $70 or $80. That's a lot to ask out of somebody. I think that the price point did a real, not only the Switch's time or life cycle, but the fact that the game was sold repeatedly for like $4 really did a lot for people trying this game out and for its popularity. So I think it's a good starter point for people who want to try and dip their toes and see if it's for them. Aside from that, the visual style is really not for me. I'm not a fan of RGB lighting for my setup, and I don't really care about having synthwave stuff anywhere. That being said, the purple bullets were always easy to read and made things easily identifiable. It wasn't like anyone who was old enough to remember phones that were attached to walls. Remember the 80s there in VCRs. Remember that the type of graphics that we used to deal with, CGA colors. Some of those were absolutely horrid and putrid, but boy, were they bright and identifiable. And thankfully, it doesn't quite fall into that trap. But it's a decent game, and it does what it does. There's stuff that could be improved upon it, but most of the time you can get it cheap enough that you can try it and see if it's for you. So it's not going to be the best of the best, the creme de la creme, but it's going to be something that you could use as a starter to test your palate and see if it's something you want to do. For me, I can sit and play it for about 5 minutes, 10 minutes, maybe a level or two, and I get my enjoyment out of it. But am I going to spend time routing and learning the intimacies of it? No, I'll probably save that for Ketsui or DOJ or SDOJ, or it seems like we're talking about all sorts of weird naming schemes. Cave games have that too, right?
Yep.
Super SDOJ Black Label Dragon Wyvern Edition for the EX Arcadia. So it's if you're gonna go all shmup, if you're gonna go all in, go for Cave. If you're gonna test the waters, Danmaku Unlimited 3 is a pretty good starting point, and you can get it pretty cheaply.
All right, fair point.
Sounds good to me.
So, what's coming up next?
This is the point where we tell everybody to buy a Korean stick.
Buy a Korean stick if you're a real gamer. If you're not a real gamer, don't bother. But if you're a real gamer, go ahead and get one.
There you go. I think what's coming up next is Christmas and New Year's. Right?
Indeed.
Something like that.
Yep. So for Christmas, everybody is going to be enjoying Espeleta 2, which is our focus shot for the year of 2024. I wanted to really do Soulstar, but we couldn't quite make it happen, so probably 2025. And then we were starting off with some Game Gears games, so Alesta 1 through 3, which thankfully are on the Alesta collection.
Yes, GG Alesta 1, 2, and 3.
I think we just like saying the word GG over and over.
GG.
Yeah. Oh, then of course for this month, December, when we're recording, we're about halfway through the month now, and we've been playing some old DOS shmups, kind of to sample them and take a look at some of these older games that don't really warrant their own month, but will be kind of fun to look at in context of the time that they were released, to sort of talk about them and highlight them a little bit.
Yeah, I think it took about half the month for me to get everything working properly on my Mister. I'm trying, especially what is that game? Tunnel Vision. What's in the heck is that name of that game?
Oh, Tubular Worlds.
Tubular. Yeah, I'll call it Tunnel Vision for now. No, Tubular Worlds is that game in particular. I keep wanting to rotate the screen for that game. It drives me nuts.
Oh yeah, it does look like it should be a vertical shooter, but it's not.
Yeah, it's not. I hate having to just turn my head sideways, and there it's sort of like I could see like Mark talking about Ghana Blade, who I keep calling Ganja Blade. So correct that, but Ghana Blade, he was talking about that one where it's sort of like you will accept this horizontal with the gutters, as he calls them, these gutters on the side.
Yeah, the gutters.
It really feels like that. Yep. Like, you will take this resolution, you will like it. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I even did a Tate for the Tubular Worlds, and then I realized the controls are still messed up.
Yep.
You gotta turn your controller sideways too.
Yep. Mark, your Ghana Blade video actually inspired me to jump in, and so I ended up getting a clear with the red ship, mostly using the Type 2 weapon.
Oh, nice.
At least on the normal mode.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, how about some shout-outs? Like to shout out Etrem, who made the logo for us, which is available as merchandise in the Redbubble store. T-shirts, stickers, etc. And also check that out and make sure you have a look at the Boss Pro Shmups Mark II design that is up. So far, it has not been taken down, so I think we differentiated it enough from the
Wait,
the Bass
is it
Pro
still
Shops
up?
logo that now they won't try and copyright claim it.
I want to get myself one of those.
Yeah, the Mark II shirts and hats and stuff, they'll still look good. It just won't be quite as much of a dead ringer for the logo. But thank you to Kogosu for the intro and outro music. Shout outs to the Press Playcast and the Collector Cast. And of course, I do stream, like I said, the games throughout the month. So come check me out on Twitch there. I want to give a quick shout out to one of the newer members of our Discord, Rudon Sprites, who hooked Addicted and I up with codes for a forthcoming game, The Crystal Comet. This will be an interesting one. A very different kind of take. A story-focused shmup, but one that's got a lot of stuff going on and a couple of interesting systems. So this will be definitely one to keep your eyes on when it releases. Hopefully early-ish next year. And I need to go back and play the random mode and play through the game with the other characters. But yeah, this is pretty cool.
Sounds good to me.
You got any? We know your DOJ review is forthcoming, Mark, and will probably, like you said earlier, probably be released.
Yeah.
Before I get this episode edited and up. But do you have anything else to plug or anything else forthcoming that we should know about?
Yeah, keep an eye out for the shmup documentary that I'm working on. That might be hopefully edited together within the next few months. I'm really excited about that.
Oh, that sounds promising.
And then also, probably around this time comes out, I'll still be doing the Battle Berserk shirt, which I'm pretty excited about. It's a fun crossover between Battle Gregga and Berserk style. I think it's pretty sweet. So keep an eye out for that.
Very good. That might be a little bit early to ask this, but have you been thinking about dates for Summer Shmup event?
Oh, what was I calling it? Yeah, the Galloping Ghosts. I had a fun name for it. What was it? I can't remember.
I don't remember.
Yeah, but the Shmup Meetup. Oh, Shmup 'em Up or something like that. Shmup Meetup or something like that. Yeah, probably around. This is rough, but probably around May, something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Where I'm going to Chicago, and who wants to come to Galloping Ghost, meet me there, and I'll organize some fun stuff out there.
Oh, okay. May's a little earlier than I expected, so yeah, I'll have to make sure.
May or June, somewhere in there.
Have to make sure that I plan for that.
Definitely, especially because you're right out. It's right in your part of the country. It's in your backyard.
Well, not quite, but yeah, it's close enough.
Yeah. So it'll be fun to go to Galloping Ghosts and meet everyone out there and hang out, and it'll be interesting. I'm excited.
Cool. All right. Well, anything else that we need to plug or touch on before we close up shop?
Just make sure you watch every single video on my channel. I mean, there's that. Make sure you're doing that. Every single one. I expect
every single one.
Yep.
All right, get to it, people. All right, well, with that, we will say thank you all for listening, and we will catch you next month.
See ya.
Thank you.